Hello. What's skibbity pogging, my fellow Zoomerinos? What's what's the word on the what do the fucking Zoomers talk about? Who's unaliving right now? Three people. Three people are dead. Okay, we have game. I've created things stronger than the horror. I know Zoomer slang. Do some gambling. Was anywhere selling any keys? Hey, I'm not gambling with my own money. Okay, one. Here, we could do 2 jungle jackpot cases. Right, Ohio Sigma Riz. Damn it. That's what I should have asked about. I'll never be in with the Zoomer audience. Captain Bean, please shut the fuck up. Yeah, I'm not spending money on fucking on keys and shit. Th- th- Why are you like this? Aren't I a Zoomer? No, I'm like at the tail end of millennials. Fish caught gambling and exposed as a fixed TF2 fraud. What will my family think? Alright, let's see what we get. Nothing! I mean, it's minimal wear. That could be worse, I guess. We get the snow leopard. Snow! That's just a dog's tail at the door. Oh my god, an MVM ticket. Oh goody, my favorite. Croc dusted. Yeehaw. Well, there's your gambling for the day. Spent money on... No, I didn't spend money. I didn't... Did you not see me just do the trade? My own keys for the war paints.
Fish caught gambling and exposed as a hash fixed TF2 fraud.
A hash fixed of 2. Goodness gracious. I'm trying out something new after the new Vegas streams. Had an idea after getting the Lonesome Road grenade launchers. And I'm mixed on this one in the creation process. Because we got the one based on the Red Victory grenade rifle and also the Great Bear grenade rifle. I'm a bit mixed on this one because like I like both of them, but I'm not sure if both of them like I'm not sure if the team variations should be this different, you know? Because I feel like that's going to leave a lot of people really mixed on it, you know what I mean? Where people are just going to be like, "Oh, you know, I really like the red version maybe, but I don't like the blue version," or maybe the other way around. Um, I may want to try something else with the exact tone of blue I'm using. I still haven't played Deadlock yet. I'm sorry, I've been way too busy. I have been way too busy. Like, I just got done, like, a few minutes before the stream started, I just got done going through all of the cleaver clips that I have for that video. I'm hoping to get that one out, like, as soon as I can. But, yeah, I have access to Deadlock. I just haven't played it yet. Yeah, something I still consider very much so a work in progress. Like, I'll tweak it once I have more time. I did that, like, in my spare time while I was editing. It's a massive, massive work in progress. Um, there's a few things I still need for the Cleaver video. I need some pistol clips. Just generally speaking. Oh, yeah, I got this as a gift. Strange, unusual soda popper, which is very nice. Oh, you saw the what in Deadlock? Yeah, I think I was playing it a few days ago. Let's go with that. Let's just go regular pistol. Yeah, I'm very grateful. I'm like, I'm always grateful for any gifts I get. Oh, I should go. I need to go through some old fish bites and other videos like the Fan of War one to get more cleaver clips from that I can like reuse. But yeah, I need pistol clips and I also need capture the flag clips. Let's see just how bad casual is. I have no idea when Deadlock comes out. I mean, hey, as far as I know, this version of Deadlock may never see the light of day. Well, we got a 2-fort game. How many signatures? It's over 300,000 at this point. And the reason we're going on to CTF maps is because I forgot a very small detail that I added like right at the very end of the Cleaver video, which is, wait a second, Capture the Flag has crits on cap. We're so back, Cleaver bros. I can't believe I forgot about this because I don't play CTF seriously. Partly because of crits on cap. But now I can take advantage of them, assuming this server isn't completely filled with bots. Which it isn't. Alright, cool. I'm down with that. Hi. I forgot 2 fort players. They're a different breed. They really are. Oh, geez. Yeah, I'm not exactly going into the game expecting it to be anything like TF2, which is part of why I wouldn't have any interest in it at all, because it's just like, oh, this is gonna be nothing at all like a game I'm actually interested in. It's it's gonna be some garbage or something, I don't know. Maybe it won't be garbage, but basically basically everyone has been telling me, oh man, they got the crits on cap. That was sad. Like, everyone has been telling me basically nothing but negative things about Deadlock, which makes me believe that this version of Deadlock will just not see the light of day. I'm going to guess, like, some version of Deadlock will come out, but I don't know if this... What the fuck? I don't know if this particular iteration, let's say... Oh, they just got crits on cap again. So these guys are sweating their asses off, and my team is full of lobotomites. Like, we can't even stop one single demo knight from just walking at us. Who's been saying those things? Just like all the chocolate nuts guys, like the TF2 guys that I've been talking about, just Deadlock with, they all say basically the same thing, which is just like, no, this does not work. Like, nothing about this works. Sure, whatever. Like, this is... These are too many disparate elements just kind of clashing together, and Valve feels really out of touch for just doing this. It just doesn't work. Okay, so they're, again, they are sweating their fucking asses off trying to win this 2-fort match. While this is my team. Like, we have the 2 people who were on this server, like, when it just fucking started. Yeah, the mix of shooter and MOBA is not done well. Just based on what they've told me. I'd have to get some more direct quotes from them, obviously. Just to, you know, not misinterpret what they're saying, but yeah, this fucking guy, Jesus Christ. I guess he just wants it to be over, and he can't just leave the server. That's not an option for him. Mm. Who is this retard? The bot is one thing. Who's the fucking... Who's the bitch pocketing? Just seems like Smite, but more shooty. Apparently, it's just not done very well. Like, again, the market is oversaturated with games that are kind of like this. And a lot of people have already just kind of left the biggest example, which is Overwatch, for dead. But again, Overwatch is that same kind of, I guess, genre of like more competitively oriented, small teams, MOBA and shooter hybrid sort of thing with ass loads of stuns. That's one of the main things. There are ass loads of stuns. Also, I thought that engineer just shot a rocket at me. Oh, now that I got the Omegatronic. Hi. Are you real? Okay, so now they have the lobotomites. I'm okay with this. Again, I will have to actually go back and look at their messages to see what their exact words are. I still haven't played the game. I've still just been way too busy with all my own shit. Did I hit him? No. I think the downside of their team being lobotomites is that they have no idea how to kick a bot. Well done, Chad Gooner Trooper. Yeah, stuns are a big one. Stuns are one of the big things that are just, like, bad. No, stop. There's way too many. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Oh, okay, this guy's got it. Cool. Nice. So someone else is capping. Awesome. Go. Go. No. Why? Okay, what the fuck is it? Is it like... It's L, right? Yeah, L. You take it. Go. Go, you brave, beautiful bastard. Go. Go. Move, soldier. Move. He's so dumb. Alright. Because I don't want to be in the middle of the intelligence room when crits on cap comes on. Here, so let's just put it, like, right there. Go. Why? Why are you retarded? Go. Take it. No. Come on, please. Come on, please. You fool! Oh, we're so back, Cleaver Bros. Oh, we're so back. Oh. That was amazing. I need more. Aw. That's not where I meant to throw that. Oh, well, it wouldn't have mattered. I thought he was gonna, like, strafe around towards the door to try to back out, but he just wanted to stand in the corner. See, I'm not Soundsmith, right? So I don't have, like... I haven't linked into all of these people's brains to know, like, the doofy-ass two-fort shit that they do. Make a shirt with Cleaver Bros on it? Oh, my merch store is now selling hats and also coffee mugs, so if you've ever wanted one of those from my merch store, but we didn't offer it because we only had shirts and lately hoodies, then That's something you can do now. What's the occasion of playing CTF? Crits on cap. I need more clips of crits on cap with the cleaver. Oh no. He tried to do the thing where you blow up people up through the grates. I don't think it worked for him. What kind of hat? Dad hat, 5 pound. Here, let me link my store page. The link in the description I think only goes to the shirt page. Let me, because I don't think, yeah, this doesn't link to the store. Okay, here we go. Here we go. There you go. That should hopefully link right to it. You got a few different hat options, obviously the shirts and hoodies, and a couple of different mugs. So, like, this is the only store I have. These are the guys who, like, reached out to me and wanted to partner with me. I don't know if this is on the pricier end, but from my understanding, like, they have reasonably high quality. And, like, my shirt's still going pretty strong, so... Nice. Okay, cool. All the sentries and stuff are down. I... Okay, cool. Cool. Free-to-play spy is going. Go, go, go! Make a design that just says based. No, please. And he's got the flog. He doesn't know where to go. He's lost. He's so confused. He's going back in. He's delivering it back to them. Oh. Ow. I should have seen that coming. Okay, okay, okay. I just need to I just need to, like... Okay, I don't think this guy's gonna cap in, like, 4 seconds. This is not my property. Okay, okay. I'm just gonna sneak up behind this guy. And he's never gonna know what hit him.
The enemy has dropped our intelligence.
Come on, spy. You can do it. You can do it. Yes. Yes, go deliver that intelligence. Go. Go. He's going back up again. He's...
The enemy has taken our intelligence.
Oh my god, he's so dumb. He is so very, very dumb. No, yeah, yeah. Go, go, go.
Let's go.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Has dropped our intelligence.
Just, okay. You got this. You got this. Come on! Cap it! Oh my god, he's so dumb. What is wrong with you? Fucking cap it! He's so dumb! Look at him! so stupid. I just want... This is the biggest fucking case of blue balls ever. He doesn't know what to do. God damn it, someone else pick it up! Just go. Just. Can someone kill this guy? Okay, go inside spawn. Go inside spawn. No, no. Just... Okay. Yeah. Go. No, someone else take it. Someone else take it. Go. Go.
The enemy has dropped our intelligence.
Come on. Okay, that guy's dead. Nice. Come on. Yes, he's going. Yes! We're so back. Come on. Come on, please. Please. No! That is so upsetting. Okay, at least more people are joining the server. That's more chance of, like, making the cap harder. Oh, hi.
Our intelligence has returned our aid.
Yeah. Ow. Oh yeah, there's no more cap crits. Because if we cap again, then we just kind of win. Damn it.
Alert. The enemy has stolen our intelligence.
Yeah, check it. Get out of here. Ow. Okay, so you're real. All of our players are real, I think. Except maybe I love Swedish fish, but we'll see. Everyone just dancing. The entire server has turned friendly. Hi. Okay. Oh, sorry. Ow.
The enemy has taken our intelligence.
Yeah, I think these guys might be too poo brains to know how to kick a bot. Like they don't know what one is. That was so sad. That was so sad. Yeah, maybe I should, like,
Alert. The enemy
queue for another game. I don't know. Because, like, this is no helpful to me at all. Okay. Yes. F1, vote yes. Get it out of here.
the enemy has captured our intelligence.
I guess I can't have vote kick window and also your server is ready window open at the same time. So yeah, now we need pistol footage.
Competition begins in 30 seconds.
Aw.
In 10 seconds. 5, 4.
I mean, it is literally just like a footnote at the end of the video. It's supposed to like lead into a little montage of me just like getting fucking crit cleaver kills. But like I guess ending it off on just the one double kill would be sufficient. I would just kind of prefer if it was a montage, but that would require a lot of work and probably getting some clips off stream. The trouble is, like, a lot of community Capture the Flag has crits on cap disabled. Because, you know, it's fucking stupid and garbage. Which is deserved, but for the purposes of this video, that's not very helpful for me.
Mission begins in 30 seconds.
And then plenty of other community servers will just be like, we want this to be a TDM map, so capping does basically nothing at all. Yeah. Wish the cleaver had splash damage like the Rap Assassin. Duh.
10 seconds.
I mean, the splash damage on the Rap Assassin is basically useless.
2, 1.
I'm so used to like having the cleaver, so I could just like take pot shots at super long ranges like that. Hey. Okay. All those pistol shots I got into him, and it didn't matter because he got backstabbed anyway. And then, like, half the other team is friendly. Pistol clips. That's the power of the pistol. I think this is just one of those games where we crash them so hard that they can't leave first. But people might question what warpaint you have since it's yours being tested. No, this is still Sacred Slayer. I mean, if I was on a community server, then yeah. Because then it would, like... Ow. Then I would be... The soda? No, the soda popper's bomb carrier. Yeah, I like bomb carrier on the soda popper. Yeah, no, this is not like Mark 1 of Dazzle Decorated. Ow. I feel like my chair is lower than it should be. I want my chair to be at like a very specific height, right? Ow. Like I want it to be sort of just low enough that my arm is at like a very slight angle. I don't want it to be like exactly flush with the like with my desk height. They have an ergonomic chair, gamer chair. Ergonomic. I just got like an office chair at Walmart a couple years ago now. I think it was a couple years ago anyway, because like... Jesus. Like not too long after I ended up moving in here, my chair just broke. I don't know if that happened on stream, actually. It might have. I know I mentioned it on stream. Actually, you know what? It was right after I moved into this room. Because my chair had worked out when I was, like, living out in the living room for a while. But once I moved... Hi. Hey. That is mean and rude, and you are going to jail. That is attempted murder. Yeah, it was, like, working out for me when I was living out in the living room. But then when I moved into this room, I was like, yeah, cool. And then I just... It broke. It just snapped in half like a fucking twig. Nope. You're still alive? Jesus Christ. Damn. Pistol is doing work for me here. Like, I know that's the power of the pistol and all, but, like... Still, I wasn't expecting it to do so much work for me. Oh, jeez. I'm backing up. I'm leaving. I keep forgetting I have hype. Like, I always forget. That's my thing with the soda popper. Is I never even remember that I have hype. Oh, shit. Prequels are poo-poo stinky. And I'm sick of the narrative that just because the sequels are somehow even more poo-poo stinky, that makes the prequels good all along. They were misunderstood masterpieces. You know, they were ahead of their time. Like, no, they were bad. They were still bad movies. You're more than welcome to like them as bad movies, but they were bad. I mean, that guy. I don't know what his plan was. Think about it, the prequels were ahead of their time being bad Star Wars movies. Fair enough. But yeah, like, if you think that just because the sequels are bad, that makes the prequels good movies, like, get standards. Get literally any kind of standards. What? I was going for the medic there. Why did I do so much damage to the sniper? Oh no, I had hype! I'm so stupid! I know someone who ranks TFA, TLJ, and ROTS higher than New Hope. No, that's stupid. The sequels are better as movies than the prequels. No. Like, come on, no. Like, even ignoring the Star Wars context, no, they're awful.
Mission ends in 30 seconds.
Because, like, if you remove all the Star Wars context from the movies, well, what you mostly end up removing is a bunch of just, like, honestly, fan service, if you can call it that, because they fucking hate you for being a fan of Star Wars. But just, like, needless callbacks and bullshit. Oh, what are you doing? I'm so upsetty. 9 fucking health. Yeah, if you strip the prequels down to, like, their base components, then at the very least you get, like, a through line. Like, you can tell that, for the most part at least, the prequels were planned out. Like, they had a vision with what they wanted to do. Partly because that vision was already written out for them by these movies called Star Wars, where there was this guy called Darth Vader and he was, like, the bad guy. Ah, that was good. That was good. 37 health. The prequels were movies, not a bunch of member berries. That's being a bit too generous. There's still plenty of member berries shit in the prequels. Like, I don't know how much of that was Lucas trying to, like, capitalize on his old work, and how much of it was, like, I don't know if there were corporate executives involved in that sort of thing, right? They were just like, oh, we need to have, like, I don't know, C-3PO and R2-D2 in this movie because they were in Star Wars and they're really popular or whatever. You know what I mean? Because, like, did, did we really need the fact that Anakin apparently created C-3PO? Especially when it doesn't really make all that much sense, just in general, or that, I don't know, R2-D2 was, like, just there the whole time, even though Obi-Wan in A New Hope specifically says, I don't seem to remember ever owning a protocol droid. Or not a protocol droid, because that's C-3PO. Even though he would have remembered C-3PO too. And C-3PO gets his memories wiped so that it can just be in line with with the OT. It's dumb. There's a lot of dumb shit in the prequels that is there just for the sake of being able to be like, hey, remember Star Wars? Like, why did Anakin build a protocol droid to help his mom around the house when he can't even, like, move his arms really good? That's just silly. Prequels mock the sequels when it comes to the fight scenes. Oh, for sure, for sure. Because, like, they had actual, like, sword fight training. Like, if you gave Hayden Christensen or fucking Ewan McGowan a fucking sword, they could kill you with it. They could kill you with it and do it in style. I'm so bad. And then it was just the spy who came from the sky. Yeah, I feel like if Yoda was gonna fight in the prequels, it should have been like it shouldn't have been just him jumping around with like a lightsaber. Because that's just that's silly. He should have been like Master Oogway or something, where he just does some weird shit that's so fucking that's so out there that the mere mortals can't even comprehend it. But the sequel fights are just generally pretty awful. Like, everyone knows how bad the throne room fight scene is in The Last Jedi, because, like, literally the only fucking saving grace of it is that the cinematography is kind of nice, and the colors are sort of pretty. That's, like, it. Like, it's flashy, but it's just, the minute you look at the choreography, it's so dumb. Yeah, TFA is like that's when the fights in the sequels are at their most okay. Like the swings are kind of weighty, so there's a bit of impact there. But like nothing's on the level of Luke and Vader in Return of the Jedi. There's just nothing on that level. I think in like all of Star Wars, as far as I'm concerned. That's when like lightsaber fights peaked, and we have never seen that like since. Because it's like the prequels were very flashy, but you know that ended up coming with its own set of issues. And then the sequels just have no emotion behind them whatsoever. Because, like, the fucking Obi-Wan versus Anakin is, like, it's so much that it becomes, like, over the top. Oh, shit. You've only seen Star Wars 7 and 8? Bro, I'm so fucking sorry. At least you missed out on Rise of Skywalker. Nope. Okay. What? Oh, of course he gets random crits, but hey, my Phantom War mattered. Bada bing. I did okay. Trade offer. Hell yeah. Oh my god. Another unusual. Oh yeah, the folding dual blade lightsaber that has literally no reason to ever fold, because why the fuck would it? What function does that serve? Like, that's so stupid. Flying lights, unusual throttle head. Oh god, it doesn't work good with the with the 3D glasses. I'll say that much. What else do I got? I can fit with this. Somehow dumber than the lightsaber crossguard? I'm fine with the crossguard, honestly. Like, I don't mind that shit at all. Yeah, let's have some soda on my back. Like, I think if you can assume that, like, something in the lightsaber is preventing the, I don't know, light energy from going out too far, then you can have that as, like, little porting vents on the side. I think that's fine. And it serves, like, a decent function of just, like, hey, people's hands are getting fucking cut off in Star Wars all the time. Let's try and prevent that a little bit. I am honestly surprised that in the entire sequel trilogy, no one's hand got cut off. Like, that seems like such an easy fucking member berry to just nail. But maybe they're just, like, horrified of, I don't know, consequences for a fight scene. All of the fight scenes need to be absolutely toothless and have no consequences whatsoever. Like, at least a crossguard serves a function. You know what I mean? Got him, finally. See, not just the 0 damage, like, I don't know, Kylo Ren gets that big fucking scar on his face at the end of his fight with Rey, but, like, there's no consequences to the fight. It is just a fight that happens. Like, consequence to fucking Obi-Wan versus Vader is, hey, guess what? Obi-Wan fucking dies. Like, if the fight were to, you know, continue as normal, like, if the world itself didn't split in half just to stop the fight from continuing, then Rey would have just killed Kylo and, I guess, been done with it. But that would be, like, a consequence. That would be Snoking Kylo Ren. And we can't have that. So rather than some kind of, like, you know, character thing or anything like that, let's just split the world in half and create a chasm specifically between the two characters so that they don't get to finish the fight and nothing matters. Which is very dumb. But again, like, you think about the consequences of, like, fight scenes in the OT. Like the big fight. You got Obi-Wan versus Vader. Obi-Wan dies. You got Luke versus Vader. Luke loses his hand. And of course it's revealed that Darth Vader is Luke's father. So even if the hand thing isn't like that much of a consequence because he just gets the cool robot one, like, that's still a huge character consequence. And then, of course, at the end of Return of the Jedi, you got, like, the big... Ooh, boy. That was a close one. You got the big final climactic battle where, like, Luke finally overcomes Vader. And he could kill him if he wants, but he chooses not to. That's like, that is a character moment. That is not just the world splitting in half so that he doesn't get to kill Vader. That is Luke actively choosing to not kill him because that is his whole character. And then he would go on to attempt to murder his nephew in his sleep. And that new show on Disney Plus that everyone's shooting on, The Acolyte. Yeah, I don't know if it's like dramatically worse than a lot of the other Disney Plus Star Wars shows that like aren't Andor, from my understanding. Like Andor, I guess, is the good one. I haven't seen it yet. It's my understanding that Andor is the good one. I just haven't seen it. Alright, plenty of pistol clips there. That was actually, like, very good, all things considered. I also need to start getting groove footage, so maybe we'll do, like, one more pistol game just so I can, like, mix the maps up in the footage. What? Yeah, join. What the hell? I'm not very talkative tonight? What are you talking about? Ah, well, that's... Okay, so this server's ruined. Yeah, I haven't shut up for the past, like hour. Okay, Yukon. Huh? Oh, it's one of our guys. Damn. Yeah, like you think about the fights in the sequels, and they're just kind of fights. Right? Like Rey fights Kylo Ren because he's the bad guy and she's mad at him, and she wins and nothing really comes of it. There's no consequences for it unless you count just Snoke being grumpy at Kylo Ren in The Last Jedi. Don't own any TF2 merch. I own a Righteous Bison, which is, I guess, technically Weta Workshop merch, but close enough. And then The Last Jedi, what? You have the throne room fight, which means nothing. It is a meaningless fight. It is there just to have a fight. Nice. Snoke's Praetorian guards are very grumpy because they just killed Snoke and they beat them. It's basically just a filler fight. It means nothing. It affects nothing. You could genuinely just skip it and you're good to go. You would miss literally nothing. And then there's Luke versus Kylo, which is nothing. It is... I guess there is consequence to that one because Luke is distracting Kylo, and so he allows the rebels to escape. That's something. That is... Is that the best the sequels get? is Luke fucking killing himself so the rebels can escape when they... I think that's the best it gets. Oh, you dick. Yeah, I guess it's not super accurate to call it a fight, huh? Especially because, like, you know, Luke obviously doesn't even do a single swing. That's because he can't, because he's non-corporeal, except maybe he can. Who knows with all the weird force shit? Fucking ghosts can kill people. If they wanted. They just don't. That. He startled me. Hancho and Chewie's crossbow was a bit fan-servicey. I'll agree with that. And he's just like, whoa, I like this thing. Like he's never done it before. Like, I don't know, if I was buddies with someone for decades, and like they had a really cool gun, I'd be like, hey, can I try that out? Back up. Ow. Maybe Chewie was just too possessive of his stuff. Hey, Chewie, can I try out that cool crossbow thing you have? Brrr. Okay, jeez. Alright then. Man, just calm down. Solo versus sequels? Man, I constantly forget that Solo even exists. I only remember Solo for, like, the just utterly bizarre way it handled stuff from Han's past, where it's just, like, all of the things that make Han Solo an iconic character, he got them on this one exact journey. Which is a writing trend that we saw once again in the hit game, Life is Strange Before the Storm. Medic. There we go. Like, it couldn't just be about one adventure from Han's past. Like, you know, the Kessel Run, right? It can't just be that. It has to be the Kessel Run, and also where he got his iconic blaster, and he met his iconic friend Chewie, and all this shit. Like, everything. It was everything that has ever happened to Han Solo happened this one time. Ah, that was good. Oh yeah, how he got his fucking name. I have no people. No family. Han Solo. Genuinely, like, one of the stupidest moments in all of film. What the fuck were they thinking with that one? That can't just be the name he has. Like, people just don't have fucking weird-ass names in Star Wars, I guess. It's like, I've always wanted to go and see the stars. To walk on the sky, one might say. Walk on the sky, you say. Luke Skywalker. Oh yeah, and at the end we have Darth Maul who's just there and alive. The fact that Darth Maul survived episode 1, like, I know that's not a movie issue, that's like a greater canon issue. I don't care. That's always going to be stupid no matter who the fuck wrote it. He's dead. Fuck you. He died. Oh. I am dead. So you say you like to chew on things, Mr. Baka. Like, I feel like Darth Maul surviving was just, like, the beginning of the trend we're seeing, especially recently, where lightsabers, sometimes, they just won't kill people. And then you look back at the instances where they do kill people, and it's just like, why did that even work? How do we even know that Qui-Gon should have died? How do we know that Obi-Wan should have died? You know what I mean? Ow. Yeah, you get, like, in 2 Star Wars shows recently, at least 2, maybe I might be forgetting more. We've had 2 people get stabbed in the gut by a lightsaber, and then they're just fine. It's not even debilitating, really. In fucking Obi-Wan, that shit happens like 3 times. Twice to the same person. And in the fucking Acolyte, we see the fucking Trinity from the Matrix get, like, stabbed with a knife, and then that instantly kills her. Like, if you don't want your characters to fucking die, then maybe you shouldn't put them in situations that fucking kill them. Skibbly Sloopy. That sounds like Melvin Brother of the Joker's signature catchphrase. Sploopity sploosh. Did I play Jedi Survivor? I did not. Skibbly Sloopy is a fucking bot. Any Star Wars nerds tell us what lightsabers are made of? They use, like, magic crystals or something, and that gives them the light energy or some shit. I don't know. It's never really explained in the movies, as far as I'm aware. Like, it's one of those just, like, greater canon things where it's just like all the Star Wars nerds know, oh yeah, you have to go get a kyber crystal from the special planet where they're the only place where they're found, and blah 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 blah. Like, you obviously kind of got to figure that they can't be easy to make, because, like, I feel like even someone who isn't a Jedi could get a lot of use out of a lightsaber for just, like, general use. You know what I mean? But, like, I would also kind of figure... Like, I would personally figure that, like, the creation of a lightsaber would be a process that is, like, pretty, like, fundamentally tied to using the Force, which is, like, why they're a Jedi's signature weapon. It's like, oh yeah, the people use the Force use a weapon that you can only really make by using the Force. That's just one of those things that kind of adds up. Please heal me, or don't. Could they make armor from the crystals? No. Shut up. A gun that shoots lightsabers. Oh, of course I didn't get a fucking... Whoa, jeez. Yeah, I'm not doing anything against that. Hi there. Ah. Spy a Chungus, you win this round. Got your ass. I told you I'd be back. Oh yeah, speaking of I'll be back, fucking Terminator, that's another franchise that's just gone down the tubes, huh? I like how literally every recent Terminator movie they've made has been we gotta have someone saying I'll be back. Because that's just the thing we do, and we have to put that moment in the trailer. That is the thing. That's the thing we gotta do. How does it feel to live long enough to see all your favorite franchises go down in flames?
Alert. The control point is being captured.
No, genuinely, like, Terminator is just another one of those franchises like Jurassic Park where it's just like, there are so many more bad movies than good, and yet we just keep going. We just keep pulling the lever in the vain and desperate hope that maybe we'll recapture the magic of that first one again. Or at least with Terminator, the first two. Hello. Some Jurassic Park fans will cope and say the first two, they're wrong. The Lost World is bad. Is that beans? No. That was the thing, like, I haven't seen Beans in a while. But I think he's busy with, like, school or something. Sure. If it's mainly minor voting, then he's probably not wrong. Got your ass. Ah, damn it. Ah! Spooky. Ow. He got his revenge. Yeah, like, I miss movies that were just kind of okay. They were just kind of like, eh. It was whatever. You gotta miss the Spider-Man 3s and the Terminator Salvations of the world. When we're just stuck in a fucking... a world of Jurassic World dominions and... garbage. Nice. You're so fucking dead now. I'm so Everyone's dead. Got your ass. Let's get the fuck out of here. Yeah, Spider-Man 3 is one of those weird ones where it's just like, it's got some amazing stuff and then some awful stuff. It's like a 50-50 split of good and bad, as opposed to just like, there's some ideas there, but the execution wasn't very good. It's like there's the good parts of Spider-Man 3 and then there's the bad parts of Spider-Man 3 with no in between. But you know what? At least the bad stuff could be enjoyable in its own way. You know what I mean? I feel like a lot of bad movies aren't even like all that fun to make fun of anymore. They're just kind of miserable and depressing. Or it's just like, this is how far we've fallen, huh? Oh yeah, the new fucking Indiana Jones movie where they just make him a miserable suicidal asshole who's lost everything good in his life. And yet they still drag him out on this adventure. It's just like, got your ass. Just barely. My favorite movie? My favorite movie is Jurassic Park. So yeah, I kind of got a dog in this race for the whole terrible franchises ruined by recent entries thing. I mean, Jurassic Park has always been a terrible franchise, but it has been one very good movie. But I'll always stand by the fact that, like, everything after it has been basically garbage. Although I hear the new TV show that they're doing as, like, a sequel to Camp Cretaceous is kind of good. Camp Cretaceous itself was, like, alright for the first few seasons. It was, like, a fine kid's show. I probably would have liked it when I was a kid. But then, like, seasons 4 and 5 with, like, the stupid, like, invincible robot dogs or whatever. And then, like, the dinosaur mind control chip. Like, that's stupid. You took things way too far. That's retarded. Oh, I got it. Nice. How old am I? 28. Why were they not robot dinosaurs? No. They were like robot dog man things. And for some reason, even though we're like a tech corporation that can make miniature climates and do all this shit, what we really need to do to make money is have mind-controlled dinosaur gladiator fights. Which... Why? I don't understand. I get that, But it's like when you're Jeff Bezos, right? And you have Amazon, or you're Steve Jobs and you have Apple. Do you also want to start like an elephant fighting ring? You know what I mean? Do you just want to pit two elephants to fight to the death against each other for the amusement of others? When you basically already have the world in the palm of your hands and like have created technological marvels? I'm not even paying attention to the game anymore. I'm wrapped up in this conversation. Walt Disney wanted to make Epcot. That's fair. You know what? That's fair. But I feel like that was like... Epcot was made with good intentions? Quote on the question mark? Like, Disney was like, I want to create a utopia for people. That is better than I just want to watch dinosaurs fight to the death for my own amusement. Even if they are cloned. And so, like, whether or not they have any rights as animals is questionable.
Alert. The control point is being contested.
But I'm sure Disney would have loved what Epcot is now. Which is just like an excuse to sell more Disney products. When Walt Disney was imagining Epcot, I know what he really wanted to see was a Guardians of the Galaxy roller coaster in it. Getting footage for any weapon? Yeah, I'm trying to get some pistol clips. Oh, that was so good. I am shocked I hit as many pistol shots as I did. I fucking woogitied around that guy. I'm gonna get woogitied on myself, though. This is the end for me. No, like, fucking... Disney recently has just been on such a downward trend in basically everything they're doing. It's kind of crazy, actually. Like, their TV shows suck, their movies suck, the theme parks are even getting worse. Like... Fuck, what does Disney even have? Brand recognition is officially, like, just not enough for them anymore. They need something else. The magic is gone.
Alert. The control point is being captured.
Oh. I'm down here now. I'm running. Yeah, back the fuck up, bitch. How would Disney fail though? They're too big, don't they own everything? Like, again, if people just don't go to see the movies that they spend billions of dollars making on franchises that they spent billions of dollars to own, then like honestly, I think eventually they'll just get too big and collapse under their own weight because like they think that just because they own everything, that's going to be enough to keep them going. But honestly, it's the same story as just a lot of companies actually that they'll get too over ambitious and they'll end up just like expanding way too much. And honestly, I feel like that's part of what Disney's doing. They have too much. But it's not just like, oh, a restaurant bought too many locations and so they're spread too thin with their money and resources and they have a lot of debt to pay back off. Like it's that but on like a macro scale, like on an absurd, insane media scale. Whitespace.com. That sounds racist. Yeah, like a lot of people like to say that Disney is just this big media monopoly and they own fucking everything, but they really don't. They have competition in like basically all of their fronts. Like with streaming services, they have competition there, even though they bought out Hulu. They still have to worry about like Netflix there. With their movies, they have all the other movie companies, and they can buy out Fox, but fuck, dude, like if the movies they make from that purchase just don't make the money that they need, then what does it fucking matter? They're in the hole at that point. And with the theme parks, they got Universal, and Universal, by all accounts, is doing pretty damn good. Universal Studios, like the theme parks, they're doing pretty damn well. They got like the new one coming out in Florida that has like the new Nintendo World with a fucking Donkey Kong Country minecart ride, which is like that is the thing. That is the fucking thing that I wanted to see from a Nintendo World, and they fucking made it. I genuinely can't believe that. Like that I'm so fucking happy about that. I want to go to Florida just to ride on that. Just went there 2 weeks ago. Velocicoaster is still the fucking bomb. Again, that's what I'm fucking talking about. Like, Universal is doing expansion right. Well, Disney, with their theme parks, they're just like, they are floundering. They're totally stagnating. And, like, the new stuff that they do come out with is just, like, a lot of people generally just don't really like it. They're relying way too much on just, like, brand recognition. And they're completely just missing the point of the theme parks. The defunct land on the Star Wars Hotel. I mean, I feel like Jenny Nicholson's video on it was pretty good, especially because she had, like, a first-hand account of it. That is something that I feel like a lot of people just aren't going to have. Mostly because, hey, guess what? No one went to it because why would you? It's prohibitively expensive. Isn't times like this when independent media blooms and becomes the trend? That is certainly what's happening in video games right now.
The control point is being contested.
Partly because just like mainstream AAA games are becoming so anti-consumer in what is easily the most anti-consumer medium that is like currently just popular and available right now. Video games are the most anti-consumer. Streaming services are second. But video games are just like they're number one easy. And a lot of this is due to AAA practices. And hey, you get rid of the AAA, then all you have left is just like video games, which is fantastic as long as the games are good. And hey, guess what? As it turns out, a lot of indie people, I think what happens is that a lot of indie people, like indie game developers, they know the audience that they want to sell their game to. And what's more important is that because they're an indie developer, because they have a smaller budget, and like, you know, they're not spending as many resources, they're not spending like millions or just millions and millions of like movie budget dollars on their game, they can afford to specialize into a certain demographic, a certain market. When a lot of AAA game companies really can't do that. They have to like do the thing where they just try to appeal to everyone. You have to appeal to like the mass market as opposed to just like people who really want like a good roguelike, for instance, with like the Hades people. Like as much as I'll criticize them, and I will continue to do that for just how they've treated Mick Gordon, like, id at least knows their audience with Doom. I respect the fuck out of them for not compromising on, like, their vision with Doom. They know what they want to make, and they know who they want to appeal to. And you got games like Ultra Kill being an indie game, way less budget, like, been in early access for a really long time. They can take a lot of that Doom Eternal stuff and just ramp it up to 11 for an even more, like, specialized niche market. That market is special, right? Comments on the Ultra Kill fandom aside, right? Because they're the worst. Well, they're not the worst, because Steven Universe exists. But, like, you get where I'm coming from, right? Like, the type of gamer that a game like Ultra Kill would appeal to is not just, like, your grandma on her iPhone with Candy Crush, right? Which is who a lot of the AAA devs are trying to appeal to. They're just trying to appeal to people who only play, like, mobile games, but still might want to, I don't know, spend hundreds of dollars on a fucking console or a gaming PC just to be able to play, like, the newest game. The newest big thing. Oh, the Ultra Kill dev, like, he's a cool guy. I like how... It's so funny how indie game devs, for the most part, like, you look back at Notch talking about Minecraft, they're kind of just cool with piracy. They're just like, yeah, alright. If you want to pirate the game, fucking go for it. And indie game devs, I would say, are the people who would be the most affected by piracy. Like, that could genuinely have a chance of hurting their bottom line and their chance to make more good games if it just became, like, the standard. Seen several mauled about it. That's fair, but, like, I guess the difference is I have only seen indie game devs be cool with piracy in any capacity, while AAA devs are always just like, no, 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 no. No. Like, under the law, and, like, mainstream gaming, as far as that's concerned, piracy, under any circumstances, will never, ever, ever, ever be acceptable. even if it is literally the only way you can play the game without spending like $500 at a secondhand game shop just to play like fucking Silent Hill 3. Or unless you want to buy the fucking HD collection. Nintendo especially has been like awful with this. I've been thinking about making a video on just the topic of piracy recently.
We have secured the control point.
Not for any particular reason. Just like, I feel like it's a topic that I could just talk about. Yeah, no, like everyone cares about money. Everyone who does their work for a living cares about making money. I think the difference is that like game devs like Notch and like Mr. Ultrakill, they've kind of already made it, right? So they're just like, at this point, if one or two people pirate my game, I don't really care. I'm good to go. AAA devs are also in that position, but they're still very staunchly against piracy in any capacity for any reason.
We have secured the control point.
Someone wants to go into game development. Indie games let you work on what you want for the most part, and piracy lets you find ideas and inspiration from other games. That is true. Like, the thing with piracy, right, is that even though you are getting your games for free, basically, right, there's still risks associated with it. It is not like a perfect service. You have to gauge whether or not you'll even be able to find the game.
Make the piracy video Daddy Fish VTuber PLS.
I'm not your daddy, but I'll work on the script. Yeah, piracy is a service issue. Like, again, I will be extremely critical of Valve as a company, but they are absolutely right. They are completely 100% right about piracy. If you just offer a service that is better than piracy, people will take it. But if you don't offer them anything at all, which is the case with a lot of older games, especially that they just won't port for some reason, or hell, won't even remaster or anything like that, then people will have to resort to piracy. There is no choice in the matter.
Mission begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4,
All right, group.
1.
Like, as long as just the legal means of obtaining it are convenient and just, you know, good, and they're not trying to fuck you over, then yeah. People will have basically no issues with going down that avenue. Or if they remaster, they'll deliver a product which is inferior to the original. That's generally why I prefer ports. Plan for the next non-TF2 games I want to stream for. I was donated a lot for Pseudo Regalia, so I'll probably do that one next. I just like I had a really just fuckload of shit to deal with when I was fuck. Hi there. That was sad. Yeah, Wednesday I just like I had a lot to deal with. And then the next 2 days after that, I spent so much time just editing that I wasn't really able to do anything. So, bleh. Yeah, it's kind of like that meme where it's just like men are easy, just be nice to them. Note, many women fail this simple task. It's like that. It's just like gamers are easy, just provide a service that's better than fucking piracy. No, many service providers
What's
fail
the
this simple
plan for the
task.
next non-TF2 games you want to stream for? I personally want you to play Terraria and Deep Rock Galactic next.
Yeah, I'll probably get around to those games. In hopefully a reasonable amount of time. Go on holidays for the summer? I fucking wish, dude. I would love to go on a vacation, but I haven't been on like a real vacation in basically my entire life. I mean, maybe some trips count. Oh, jeez. Damn. Like, I've been to Michigan a couple of times to visit my friend for like his wedding and his baby shower, but I haven't really been to just like, oh, this is a me thing. This is for me. You know what I mean? Um, maybe when I was a kid and went to Utah that counts, but maybe. Oh, jeez. Oh, hold your horses. Who the fuck vacations to Utah? Dinosaur nerds. Dinosaur and geology nerds, I imagine. We went to Delicate Arch. And it's really beautiful there. Like, let me tell you. It is a remarkable geological structure. And also I saw lots of dinosaur stuff. Yeah, just one of those blue team can't push past first games. Big sad, what can you do? Went to a trail by dig site in Utah? Hell yeah! I also went to a dig site. I'm gonna guess it was like, maybe Cambrian? So, it was probably Paleozoic. Whatever area I ended up going to. I didn't find a whole lot. I found some, like, underwater plant impressions and, like, crinoid stems and a couple of clams. Yeah, I would love to go on a vacation somewhere. Australia is like just one of the big places I would love to go visit. Australia and also Hawaii, but like I have somewhat mixed feelings about going to Hawaii just because like I don't want to be one of those asshole tourists that everyone hates. So that being said, like I saw this post on Twitter recently, right? It was like this big lengthy thread about Hawaii. And it was just like this native Hawaiian talking about just like all the bullshit that Hawaii's had to go through just in the past, right? And I'm just like, yeah, you know what? That was really awful. It's just like, you know, Hawaii's got a pretty tragic history of just like joining the US. And then it just kept going. And it talked about some very strange things. It was just like, you know, when Hawaii was just like, you know, but before all the white people came, we had a railroad. And I was just like, what? That doesn't sound right, but you know, maybe. And also, we had completely renewable hydro energy. What? What? And then it was just like, you know, Hawaii was basically just like, it was like a real life Wakanda. And that's when I knew, like, you're just making shit up. The false nuclear attack. No, it was like historical stuff regarding Hawaii. Like how the US government tried to make it so that like the native Hawaiian language was just like, just stop using it. Like we will make it illegal to use the native Hawaiian language, which I'm 90% sure was a thing that actually happened, because that just like kind of follows through with a lot of American stuff regarding just natives. I know that happened with like American Indians and stuff like that. Yeah, this is kind of a roll, so I'm not even getting the chance to use the Guru much. Oh. Like, I think it's important to keep just, you know, the horrible stuff like that in mind. Just, like, be conscious of it when talking about just, you know, other culture stuff like that. Making shit up to make it seem worse than it was, you're a dickbag. I'm sorry. Like, fuck you. Like, seriously, fuck you. If you think that I won't sympathize with just, like, everything that Native Hawaiians have been through unless I'm convinced that they're just like, oh my god, the fucking based Wakandans from my favorite movie, Black Panther. Like, go fuck yourself. Genuinely go fuck yourself. You're a bad person. Aw. Probably written by a white guy, virtue signaling. I mean, their profile picture showed them looking pretty brown to me. Yeah, wow, that was a complete steamroll, and I feel really bad about that. Got all the pistol clips I need, at least, I'm pretty sure. Just like generic pistol B-roll footage. I mean, maybe they were at least some kind of Polynesian, but whether or not they were a native Hawaiian, like, I don't know, man.
Mission begins in 30
That's... Ugh. Oh, going to Florida in general will be fun. I want to see all this stuff in Florida. I want to go visit Gatorland, home of the Gators. Gotta wrestle a gator.
Mission begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What? Oh! It's the spy from Team Fortress 2! I don't know if this guy knows how to use an overcharge, but maybe he's just like saving it.
My contribution to the Universal Trip Fund. Ride that cart, fish.
I do want to ride the monkey cart. It would make my monkey brain very happy. No, I'm real. I'm real. This guy, though. Fucking dead as a doornail. Oh, hi there. Hey, goodbye. Oh, man. You didn't use your overcharge once, you fucking Nimrod. Florida's just marginally better California. Yeah, but they have stuff that we don't have. I want to see how much better, like, their SeaWorld is. Because I'm very familiar with mine. Do I have any pets? At the moment, I have way too fucking many pets. But hopefully, Danny should be coming up in a couple of weeks to come pick them up. At least a lot of them. Damn. Oh, I know that SeaWorld is bad. I know. But I have to compare it. I don't think I'd go see, like, Disney World, actually, just because it is one of those things that is, once again, prohibitively expensive. That's, like, one of the main things that people are just, like, complaining about in regards to, like, Disney parks, is, like, they're getting more expensive for, like, lower quality. That's, like, one of the big problems. You again, fuck off. Oh, I thought I died. Okay. Oh, thank you, Doctor. Yeah, they made, like, spontaneously just going to Disney impossible. It's not an option anymore. This scout. Thank you, Chocolate Bar. Saved my ass. I like going to amusement parks. I like it. Like, a good theme park will make even the downtime entertaining. Explain. Good theming in general just does, like, a lot for theme parks, which is, like, it should be a no-brainer. It's in the name, but it's just, like, just the act of walking around certain areas of, like, really good theme park can be just, like, you're in another world. And I think that's, like, that's a valuable experience. I have been to Disneyland, but, like, not in a while. Eh. Damn it. My mom actually won some tickets to Disneyland. I think this was a couple years ago, but we were going like right before they would have expired, but this was during the whole COVID thing, and you needed reservations to just like get inside the park at all, and we didn't figure that out until we actually got to the park itself. And so we just like drove all the way up to Anaheim for basically nothing. It was very disappointing. Hope the bot hoster stop. Oh, absolutely. It'd be nice to see them get arrested for all the actual-ass crimes they're committing, including, but not limited to, actual-ass child pornography distribution. There are bots that will spam links to actual-ass CP in chat while impersonating other YouTubers. Was that actually confirmed? Oh, yeah. That was confirmed. Thought that was a Reddit rumor. Nope, that was real, alright. Bots impersonating Jonto Hill. Yep, that's the one. Actual CP links. So on top of just, you know, the doxing and the swatting and all those other crimes, you can just add that they're that they're pedos onto the list too. Which honestly probably should have been expected, right? Uh-oh. Okay, cool, you're real. Nice. Ah! Did they tip the FBI on it? Yeah. The FBI, like, they've been informed, the link has been sent, and the accounts associated have been tied to it, which hopefully will lead to something. Are the bot hosts connected to drug trafficking too? I'd be surprised if they weren't. Oh. Yeah, fuck you. Nope. It did something. Don't think they themselves are pedos, they just want to incriminate people they hate. I feel like... Well, first of all, at the very least one of them is actually a pedo. Because, like, his Steam account didn't leave a lot to the imagination. Got a badge on it like #1 lolicon lover. I think we can... I don't think he has much shame there. I think if you called him a pedo to his face, he'd probably just say, yeah, I am, and then all of his buddies would say based. And also just, like, if you have links to CP, give me a fucking break. Like, I don't think it's quite as simple as you just go on a fucking Tor browser and then and then just go on Google and look up CP. I don't think it's quite that easy. Dude, the gloves saved my ass there. I wouldn't have been able to reach that health pack in time without them. Actually, it's a 500-year-old Dragon Queen, so no, it's not CP. Listen, those guys at least have a leg to stand on in that it's fictional, right? Once it gets to actual-ass children being exploited, it's just like, no, 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 no. Oh my god, why the fuck can't I hit anything? Oh no, it's not a great leg to stand on, but, like, it's something. At least what they're doing is legal. Like, listen, if you're gonna be a freak and, like, attracted to children, right? At least keep them fictional. That is the least you can do. That is the least you can fucking do, besides, like, putting a bullet in your head. Keep it to drawings, and preferably keep it to yourself. There. Ah, jeez. Wouldn't be so definitive that's legal. It's highly dependent on words. That's true. I think that soldier's gonna jump up here. He's got... Oh, wow. Fucking... The chocolate bar, man. I love it so much. Ah, save my ass. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Gorba Cheeks. Therapy wouldn't be better? Eh. I mean, maybe if it works, but no guarantee of that. Are we go from Star Wars bad to discussing CP linking bots? Well, I mean, like, we've been dealing with the bots just kind of on and off all stream, really. Ah, jeez. Ah, damn. Therapy isn't always a helpful thing. But it really just comes down to, like, your personal situation and also especially, like, the therapists themselves. Because some therapists are crazy. You get the crazy people. Okay, we're going in. Like, I learned about this fairly recently in a YouTube video, like... Repressed memories, right? Like, the kind that you think of when you think of repressed memories. Where it's just like... Oh no, something horrible happened to me and it was so traumatic that I just blocked it on my... They don't exist. They're not real. Now, implanted memories, those are totally real. You could just tell someone that something happened to them, and if you're, like, convincing enough, they'll believe it. And this is where, like, a lot of stuff from the whole satanic panic era came from, because there were these, like, therapists who just implanted memories into a bunch of fucking people that they had been, like, part of this satanic, like, sex ritual shit. And this was just, like, an epidemic all around the country. Like, everyone was going through this. All these kids from, like, all these different just schools and daycares and all that shit. It was all fake. It was all bullshit. Like, one of the really famous examples of this happening was, like, this one girl who was just, like, convinced through this practice that her father had, like, been sexually assaulting her for years, even though it had never happened. And then she went on to become a therapist who did the exact same thing to other people. Like, what was really going on here is just that, like, you're interviewing a bunch of kids and asking them all these questions, and you're goading them into a certain response. Like, you give them the proper stimuli, right? Where it's just like, I'm not very interested or pleased with this answer that you're giving me, right? But then if you give me an answer like, oh yeah, he, like, if you're just like, hey, has your teacher been touching you anywhere? And the little kid is just like, no, not really. And you're just kind of like, all right then. But then if you go, but then if that little kid goes, oh, actually, now that I think about it, he did kind of hug me once. It's just like, interesting, go on, go on. And then, like, they're going to see, oh, this is the kind of response that gets a reaction out of them. So I'm just going to keep saying responses like that and just go further and further and further with it. And that's the kind of thing that happens. And then eventually, if you're just, like, persuasive and suggestive enough, you can get them to fully believe that. Especially because they'll use, like, drugs. They'll use drugs to help convince the kids. Like, there are drugs that people will take. It's kind of like they'll sell it to you as like a truth serum. It makes you, like, super suggestible. Hopefully it doesn't still happen today. I mean, again, that one girl was a therapist. I don't know if she still is, but I'm pretty sure she is. So there is, like, just be mindful of it. It's something to be very mindful of if you ever take therapy. Like, if you feel like they're just trying to push you in a certain direction, it's probably a reason for that. Therapist basically just ran me out of money with no help at all with my depression. And that's another thing that can happen with therapists. Sometimes you're just not a good match with them. And that's unfortunate, obviously. Like, you obviously want your therapist to be able to help you out, but if it's just like, they're not all going to be like that. And I think if you don't have, like, good insurance, especially to be able to, like, afford to go see a therapist or afford to switch out therapists, then that's just bleh. That's just even more wasted potential going down there. New fear unlocked, therapist. I'm not trying to get y'all scared of therapists, right? I'm just trying to inform you of something interesting I learned, which is that repressed memories aren't really real. Like you had a good one? See, exactly. I thought I had a laptop bound there. Chocolate bar, though. When I was 8, I was suicidal. My therapist went, but are you really? But are you really? Maybe you just repressed the repressed memories. Like, repressing memories of traumatic events, it can sort of happen, but it's not exactly, like, common, right? Also, that poor man. Ah. Like, it's very, very rare, and to my understanding, not very well understood. See, like, I trust my intelligence enough to, like, know when someone would be trying to fuck with me. Even if they're a therapist. So it's like, if you're trying to push me in a certain direction and I can see that, then I just gotta, like, be mindful of that. But I think if I was, like, able to see that, like, a therapist wasn't trying to do that to me, then I'd be I'd be alright. Just, like, the idea that you can experience something so fucking traumatic that your brain just, like, doesn't even want to process it and completely erases it from your mind, like, that's basically fictional. Sometimes, like, traumatic head injuries or something like that can lead to amnesia, obviously. Like, that ends up happening with a more relative degree of frequency. But generally speaking, like, the idea of repressed memories doesn't even really make sense if you think about it from, like a biological perspective, right? Oh. Can one gaslight oneself to modify their memories of the event? You probably could, honestly, yeah. Because, like, that is kind of a lot of what's happening with the whole repressed memories process, is, like, the subject themselves is thinking of, you know, the events taking place, or at least they're bringing them up, maybe, at least to a certain degree. Because, like, sometimes the therapist or person involved with the interview process will be like, are you sure that, like, you know, this and this and this didn't happen? But maybe that's only after, like, giving certain, you know, positively reinforced responses. You know what I mean? It's a complicated process. Don't know how much psychology does make sense in a biological standpoint. Well, just think about it like this. Like, if something, you know, traumatic happens to you, you kind of want to remember it from a biological perspective so that you can avoid it in the future. You know what I mean? If you bite into something poisonous and then you're just like, oh god, that was fucking horrible, I never want to do that again, then you're probably going to avoid biting into that poisonous thing in the future. Or even if it's something that just, like, you know, ends up happening to you that's not necessarily a result of a choice that you made, right? Get fucked. Like, if you get shot at with a gun, you're probably not going to like guns after that. The implication would be for something where the knowledge of the thing is more harmful to your psyche than the consequences of the thing. That is so unbelievably rare. Like, I don't know if you would be able to, like, parse that in your mind. Also, these scouts are really fucking annoying. Yeah, if I shove your hands into a fucking meat grinder, you're not just gonna, like, wake up and be like, oh no, where did my hands go? I don't remember. Death. Yeah, there's a sniper watching out there, so y'all gotta be careful. Y'all gotta watch out. That was bullshit. That was such utter bullshit. No, because here's the thing with, like, the person with the repressed memories, quote unquote, right? They will genuinely believe it. It's not like a they're faking it for attention thing. They will genuinely believe it. Especially because, like, a lot of these sorts of things will happen when they're kids, right? When they're young enough to be, like, very, very suggestible and very, very impressionable. That sort of thing, right? Got you. Like, very easy to manipulate, especially into, you know, wanting to believe a certain event transpired. Or, like, thinking that this event that transpired will be beneficial to them in some way, just for a small reason, right? Like, it will make this person interviewing me happy if I say that this happened. And if that just gets reinforced over and over again with time and, you know, drugs, then eventually that just, like, that little thing that they said just becomes the absolute truth. Make this a bit more positive. You're in a fish stick on a stick stream. Take your sensitive ass back to, I don't know who. Oh my god, can any of you die? I'm gonna punch you. Saying what you were saying, what is the difference between therapy and an interrogation? Again, this is just in very specific situations that could, like, debatably be classified as therapy, right? They almost are, like, interrogations for, like, you know, for all intents and purposes. Usually because they're done under the belief or suspicion that something really bad is happening in the first place. How does 10% resistance feel like 50% resistance? Because that was 75% resistance. He just never ran out of Vaccinator charges. Because all 4 Vaccinator charges, when stringed together, they last longer than a stock Uber. And also that guy got an Uber Saw or 2 in there, so he just got to extend that even more and just make himself completely fucking invulnerable to all damage. God fucking damn it, dude. What is better for general use, Vax or stock? The Vaccinator is the single strongest weapon in the entire fucking game. And there's no contest. It's not even close. Nothing at all comes even remotely close.
We have secured the control point. Alert. The control point is being captured.
Yeah, just coordinate with a demo, a pyro, and like, you know, a melee class, and like 5 other people, all at the exact same time, every single time the medic is on your screen. And then the Vaccinator is perfectly balanced. Then there's nothing wrong with it at all. That's what you get for walking forward. I thought it was behind that corner. I guess he ran away.
We have captured the control point. Alert. Our control point is being captured.
Oh, what the shit? Oh my god. Squim's new video on the Quickplay myth. I haven't actually. I did end up seeing a video about why just casual mode was fundamentally flawed. And it's just like, this just explains all of the problems I have been having with casual for years, so much more succinctly than I ever could write into a script. Death. Aw. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna punch you. This other video will be a perfect counterpoint to that. Fascinating. However flawed casual is, quick play is not better. I really don't know. I don't know, man. Do I think the GRU is fine the way it is? Oh, absolutely. I think that the state it is in now is better than the state it was in before. Just in terms of, like, its balance in getting heavy to the front lines very quickly, and also in regards to its use cases just being diversified. Like, I'll explain this in the GRU video, but, like, back in the day when the GRU would mark you for death for pulling it out, like you couldn't do the really like low committal, but like, oh my god, we have so many scouts. Like the low committal, like moving to from one location to another very quickly with just like, you know, quick little pull out of the GRU and then boom, you're good to go. That's the issues with casual. Okay, just the matchmaking system is kind of borked in that, like, okay, there he is. Motherfucker, this guy. Like that. The GRU was really bad for stuff like that. Again, this video, the video that I watched can explain it so much fucking better than I can while I'm trying to, like, focus on the game especially. Just the way it works. Like, compared to how it used to work, right? Where it's like... The map will last for 45 minutes, and if you want to vote to extend the map, then that's not gonna just, like, actually change the fucking... Like, the server doesn't have to reset, right? So you have to go through the whole waiting shit all over again, where it's just like, now you have to wait 2 more minutes for, you know, players to join the server, and then another minute for the match to start. You don't gotta go through all that bullshit. You don't gotta go through all that. It just extends the timer on the fucking server, which was such a better system. And then, because the server, like, you know, lasted, or the round lasted for 45 fucking minutes, that meant that games that ended basically instantly weren't just like, oh, now I gotta go re-queue again. You know what I mean? It wasn't like that. Because everyone just re-queues at the end of a match, even though they don't really have to, because they could just, you know, they could just wait in the, they could just wait in the end screen for a bit there, but, like, they're gonna want to re-queue instead. Especially because, like, without an auto-scramble, then odds are, if they don't re-queue, like, if everyone doesn't re-queue, then odds are, fuck you, by the way, like, go fuck yourself, genuinely. Odds are, what's gonna happen is that just, like, the game is gonna play out the exact same way because there is no auto-scramble. There's nothing like that happening in order to balance the teams. And I think it's a shame that, like, so many community servers that still use this older, I think far better system will only ever run, like, one map. Or, like, a very small pool of maps. That was scary. Like, you know, we could do a fucking back-to-back watch through. We'll EFAP those videos. Both the casual is flawed one and the quick play is flawed one. So that way we can know who is the most right. We'll cross-examine them. Yeah, I'm sorry, we'll UFR them. Oh, give me a fucking break! Oh my fucking god. I should have been using shotgun there. That was unfortunate. No, the fat magic is a cheater thing was a rumor started by, like, an actual psychopath, who I think is also a pedophile. Thank you, medic. Yeah, fuck off. Do I ever use the Tomislav? Not very often, honestly. I don't really know why. There you go. I just kind of don't. Bleh. Okay, here we go. Oh my fucking god, fuck off, dude. This is a good pyro short. I explained this. I explained it in the Neon video. It's like C tier. Ow. Uh. I have no idea if he's actually dead. Oh, come on! 11 fucking health. That was multiple skill mechanics at once. Got him.
Mission ends in 60 seconds.
Hey. Fuck off, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. Yes! Got him. Totally worth it.
30 seconds.
Ow.
Hello fish, it's me, Poop Dealer. I'm not stream sniping you, this was just a coincidence.
That's fine. Ow. I haven't even noticed the poop dealer, honestly. Who's... Okay, there's poop dealer. Okay, I guess that's the end of this round. Okay, let's do some e-fapping, shall we? Let's do some fapping. Let's do some wienering.
broken.
Me. Okay, I need window capture. Where do I have this one? Nope. Uh, there we go. It's just there we go. Okay. So, let us watch the YouTube video so that he can explain points better than me. Just let me know about audio levels.
Casual mode, TF2's official matchmaking system, is broken. I'm not talking about bugs. Casual matchmaking actually works as intended the vast majority of the time. Other than the map vote bug that still isn't fixed. Please God, I don't want to go to Brazil. No, the issue is with how casual was intended to work in the first place.
You're right, I need the face cam. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, was it not working? Oh, come on. Oh, come on. I was going to do a bit. Ah. Damn it. The face cam isn't working. I don't know why it just doesn't work sometimes. Oh, wait, is it under? Oh, it's under the window capture. I think I'm stupid. Okay, now I can do the bit. I can do the bit. I can do the bit.
In other words, casual is fundamentally broken. It, as a result of many terrible design choices, fights tooth and nail to prevent you from enjoying TF2. All those one-sided stomps, or the times you were put into a match right as it was ending, or the absurd amount of time you spend not even playing the game. These are all issues that are largely caused by casual itself. TF2 has always been a chaotic game. 24 players is a lot for a single server, especially considering the many different playstyles and skill levels each of those players might have. Then there's all of the different game modes. Some matches can end within minutes, others can last for over an hour, and others still are theoretically infinite. So many possible ways for a game to play out, with none of those possibilities making everyone happy. For me personally, I don't want to be deadlocked in a stalemate, or stuck with a team that insists.
Fuck. I don't have much to comment on because, like, first of all, this is partly just like the introduction. We're just getting into things. Also, yeah, I got the beard, I got the Jesus hair. I apologize. Yeah, I'm gonna trim it as soon as I get my fucking life back. For now, this is my depression arc beard. I want to cut my hair. I want to trim the beard. I just want to do it once I get my fucking life back. Anyways, back to the video.
On running 5 spies. The crux of the issue, however, is that there's no universal agreement on what the ideal match of TF2 even looks like. I might be frustrated by those 5 spies on my team while they're out in their own little worlds and having a blast. I find Dust Bowl stalemates boring, but others find them comfy. So what was Valve's solution to this issue? They shook that shit up.
Oh no.
Back in 2007, when TF2 first launched, the only way to play was with player-run community servers. But vanilla servers generally followed the default server settings that Valve had put in place. Upon loading a map for the first time, a 45-minute timer would start. Throughout that time, there was no limit to how many rounds could be played. Players could freely spectate and switch teams.
The good
They
old
could call
days.
for team scrambles. And typically, team scrambles would happen automatically if one team won too often. Lobbies naturally evened out over those 45 minutes, which meant it was usually in a player's best interest to stay. If one particular round wasn't balanced or fun, there was a reasonable chance that the next one would be. Fast forward to 2016, and all of this would change.
It was so much better, dude. It was so much better. Like, you could stick around on a server after getting fucking trashed a couple times because you knew that once auto scramble kicked in, it would just be like, yeah, you know what, things will get better. Like, it encouraged you to stick around because, like, there was the idea that it would get better if you just stuck with it a little bit, and that made losing or just like getting trashed not feel nearly as bad. Compared to the system that exists now, where it's almost like the game wants you to just like quit, requeue, try again if you're getting steamrolled, because like that's just what's gonna keep happening. That's just what's gonna happen over and over and over again. Oh, scramble on Valve servers during Quickplay? I'd have to go back and like watch some old YouTube videos to see if that was the case. Like old Star videos, because I know he mostly played on Valve servers, so... The important thing is that auto scramble was a thing. 3 rounds go by, and then you scramble. That was so good. Because, like, on longer, more balanced matches, who the fuck gives a shit? That's not going to kick in because the games are going to last way longer. But on the shorter matches that need it, then it kicks in super fucking fast. That was such a good system. That was so fucking good. And now it's just like, it's this much more rigid best 2 out of 3 system, which I think works totally fine for competitive mode, but for casual, it's just like, it really harms so many aspects of it. Like, just for the people who do stick around from the beginning of a match to the end of one, and people who just drop in mid-match, because for starters, like, if you join in mid-match, then the odds of you getting into a game that is right now just about to end is way higher than if the entire server was going on for 45 minutes. And I'm like 90% sure you could call a vote to extend the map even in Valve servers. I'm like 90% sure you could.
Change with a single update, Meet Your Match. This was the update that dropped the old Quickplay system in favor of casual mode, a matchmaking system that, unlike Quickplay, would only put players into Valve servers. That's not all though, because with the introduction of casual, Valve also completely revamped how their servers operated in a blatant attempt to give TF2 a more competitive feel. 2016 was around the time that esport hype was at its peak, with Overwatch being released just a few months before Meet Your Match.
I don't think it's like, I don't think it's out of line to say that like Meet Your Match and the casual competitive thing was at least like slightly inspired by Overwatch, and it's just the whole hype and success around it. I don't think it's completely out of line to say that. There's no map search for quick play, only game mode. Wasn't there like, I know you could connect to servers directly from quick play. So like you could just like know what server you're getting into, like, oh, this is upward with like 22 players in it, cool, go into that one. That was at least an option you could do. The fact that you can't directly connect to Valve servers anymore like you could, I think that is a big, big loss. Because, like, now you can guarantee what map you get into. Sorry. Like, even though you can guarantee what map you get into, there's no guarantee that that particular map is going to be, like, a good server. If servers last so long on a single map, then you're going to get less map variety. I still feel like we don't get very good map variety. Like, partly because, like, casual only puts so many people into so many servers, but also just because, I feel like the maps just kind of loop in on themselves, partially due to the bug that was mentioned earlier in this video, but also just because, like, you know, people will vote for the same map again. Unless they, like, happen to join into a shitty map, and then they're like, oh, I want to play something else now. You know what I mean? Like, if people just join into a Badwater server, then once the round ends, the people who do bother to stick around and actually vote for the next map, they're probably just going to vote for Badwater again, because that's just the way it goes.
Universal acclaim. Maybe Valve wanted to change TF2 to keep up with the times. Or maybe they had dollar signs in their eyes after their success with CSGO and Dota 2. Whatever their reasons were, Valve's tampering with TF2's already perfected formula immediately blew up in their faces. From day one, casual was widely despised.
Oh god, old casual was so awful, where you couldn't even, like, go through your inventory or anything. You just sat there on the fucking wait screen. And especially back then, like, wait times felt so much worse than they are now. Like, I know that in certain regions, some people will still have, like, issues with casual wait times, especially, like, the less maps they pick. But, God, it was so much worse back when Meet Your Match actually, like, dropped. Old casual was genuinely, like, god-awful.
By players for a long list of reasons. You couldn't switch teams.
Ugh.
Team scrambles were removed. There was no auto balance. The old map timer was dropped for a best 2 out of 3 system. You'd be hit with a 10-minute cooldown for leaving a match, and so on. The rationale behind these changes was laughably transparent. Valve clearly wanted casual to be this epic, intense, competitive environment. Everyone's gotta stay on the same teams. Everyone's gotta stay until the end.
It's so bad. Like, they really just made casual into, like, a diet competitive mode, which is just, like, no, I don't think anyone was really asking for that. No, I think he's right. I think he's right. Like, just the game design of the old casual system was trying to promote just people to take the game seriously, and that's not really what anyone wanted. That's not to say that it was like, oh, you know, hyper competitive and all this shit. It's like, it was, again, it was diet competitive. It wants you to just, like, stick around for the whole fucking game on the same team. There's no scramble, there's none of that. And you get the fact that you get punished for leaving the game in casual mode, when before it was just like, it was so easy to just dip in and out of the game for, like, a couple minutes and not really give a shit. That's not casual. And, like, I think that the problem is that, like, a lot of the infrastructure is just based on, it's based on this old system, and so you're working with something that just is flawed. Just, like, foundationally from the ground up. Because of how their matchmaking functions to fill in players on servers, switching teams would mess with that. I mean, they got it eventually, right? Like, if the matchmaking fucks up at something as basic as just, like, putting people on certain teams or letting people switch teams, then as far as I'm concerned, the matchmaking is fundamentally flawed. Oh yeah, they got rid of the penalty for leaving very quickly. Like a lot of this shit, like auto balance and the penalty for leaving and all that shit, that got axed really quickly.
And otherwise it wouldn't be competitive. One team has to definitively win, and one team has to definitively lose. Following Meet Your Match, Valve slowly reverted some of their worst decisions, like the 10-minute cooldown and lack of autobalance. But even now, nearly a decade after its introduction, casual is still far from perfect. First and foremost, once the matchmaker has found the game for you, you're automatically placed onto a team before you load into the server. Sounds innocent enough, until you realize this means players who haven't even loaded in yet are considered to be part of your team.
Hate that
Teams
shit.
can look balanced to the matchmaker, when in reality, it's a 6v12 because half of my team is away from their computer doing who knows what. And God forbid someone's game crashes, because the matchmaker will reserve their empty slot for minutes. Even once everyone
That all of this is just super annoying, and like you run into it very often. And this is like this is part of stuff that like it ends up encouraging those kinds of one-sided steamrolls. And also it's one of those things that encourages people joining into servers only to be like, "Oh, oops, game's already over." Like, but by the time the matchmaking is like starting to put you into a server, like because it's just so completely imbalanced and stacked against one team, by the time you get into it, match might already be over.
finally connects, it's usually too late. The team that started with more players has uber advantage, sentries built, sticky traps laid, banners built, points already captured, etc. This was never an issue until casual. It was literally impossible for teams to be unbalanced from the very start of the round, because before casual, you picked your own team, and only once you successfully loaded in. Not to worry though, Valve tried to fix this issue that they created by forcing those that made it into the server to wait up to 150 seconds for everyone else. Yep, after waiting to get into a match, you need to wait over 2 more minutes.
No, this video, to my recollection, doesn't lead into any sort of like, oh, competitive is bad by, you know, virtue of being competitive in a game that was meant to be played casual. Like, I still think that argumentation is fucking retarded. Because, like, obviously TF2's gameplay and systems can very much so support a competitively oriented mindset. It's just that the support for that has been non-existent to actively detrimental, which I think is the case in terms of something like just the changes made to casual, or rather the addition of casual. Like, people just wanted a competitive people just wanted a competitive mode. People want I'm like, Quickplay's false advertising. I think he does mention that like Quickplay was also a very flawed system and wasn't like perfect by any means, and I think that is one of the things mentioned. And also just like the fact that it would stick you into community servers full of bots, or that it would stick you into community servers with all these weird and wacky rules just because it happens to be on like a Valve sanctioned map. Like, I'm pretty sure that is something he mentions
Before the round actually starts. This doesn't even fix the issue, by the way, because in nearly every game I play, there's at least one person who's still AFK even after the pre-round timer, which often means one team is forced to start at a disadvantage. Again, none of this was an issue before casual, but with casual being designed as a skill-based matchmaking system, teams need to be pre-selected by the matchmaker to try forming evenly skilled teams.
It does a great job
Originally,
at that.
The only metric casual's matchmaking used to determine a player's skill level was their experience. But in the Blue Moon update of 2018, casual was given a glyco system that works, quote, behind the scenes to better create balanced matches and group players by skill level. Yeah, balanced matches my ass. TF2 is a uniquely terrible choice for any MMR system, because an MMR rating only makes sense for players that are consistently playing the same way.
Okay, I will. I'll make an addendum to this statement that casual TF2 is terrible for MMR. Competitive would probably work out a lot better, assuming that you had things like, you know, like actual teams working together. So, because then, like, if you have an actual, like, competitive team, then the odds are you are going to be playing in the same way most of the time. Like, you're going to be playing your main, like, in your particular slot. That's what's going to be happening there.
How, for example, are you supposed to rank someone that usually plays to win and pub stomps, but sometimes likes to dick around as Trollger? Never mind the fact that TF2 matches are
That is one of the things that bugs the shit out of me. It's just like if you do end up being someone who like mostly tries, then the game kind of pigeonholes you into that. It, like assuming that the matchmaking system is actually working, because it's just like, oh, you're like a really good player, right? And so if you just want to fuck around and do some dumb garbage, then you're just putting the rest of your team at an immediate disadvantage, because we matched you with a bunch of fucking losers who can't do anything by themselves and kind of need you to carry them.
a chaotic 24-player clusterfuck, which muddies up any attempts by an MMR system to give an objective rating to your performance. Your MMR in TF2 is meaningless, which means teams in casual are effectively chosen at random, much like the Quickplay servers that preceded casual. But since the matchmaker decides who's on what team before people even load in, one-sided stomps in casual are even more likely by regularly forcing teams to start at a numerical disadvantage. Know what else makes stomps more likely? Parties.
Oh yeah.
This might be controversial, but I think allowing up to 6 friends to play on the same team does more harm than good.
I honestly completely agree with this. Like, I also agree that it is controversial, but oh my god, like partying together, like it makes playing with your friends so much easier, but it also makes team stacking and just utterly destroying the entire server a breeze. It makes it fucking effortless, dude. Like I think it's one of those nobody wins things, right? Because either you make queuing together a pain in the ass, which sucks for people who want to play with their friends, or you make queuing dead easy, which sucks for people who want to play against your friends. You know what I mean?
Before casual, playing on the same team as 1 or 2 of your friends was fine. But having a large group of friends on one team was called team stacking, and was generally frowned upon, since such a group could easily dominate any server. It wasn't a huge deal though, because
Is it just because a friend group has better coordination than an average 24-player team? Absolutely, yes. Generally speaking, a group of friends is going to be at around the same skill level, right? Like, you can trust that if you're playing with your friends, you know from playing with them relatively often what their skill level is going to be. You know what that's going to be like. And, like, you know, assuming you're doing this in the first place, there's a reasonable assumption that it's pretty good. Right? Like, he's queuing with people like Zenith and shit, and, like, Zenith's really good. Zenith is really fucking good at the game. Like, he's played lots of competitive, to my understanding. Again, it's one of those nobody wins situations. But a point he brings up at some point in the video is that, like, bots, they take the fact that you can stack half the team in your favor, and they use that to their advantage, because they make it so there's literally nothing you can do about it. If you have a stack of 6, you're unkickable. That's all there is to it. So that is a system that has directly negatively impacted the game. Like, I think if you were to reduce it from 6 to 4 or 3 or something like that, that would be a lot more reasonable. That'd be totally fine.
Quickplay era servers split team stacks up via team scrambles. Still, if you and your friends got separated by a scramble, it wasn't hard to get 2 or 3 friends back together, since anyone could freely switch teams. It only became difficult to keep everyone together when trying to play with a large group, which is a good thing. With casual, you can't switch teams or scramble them to even the playing field. The only thing the matchmaker does to try and solve the team stacking issue is prioritize pitting large parties against other large parties.
Also, you can get auto-scrambled if you're on, like, a big team stack. Like, that's about the only thing that can happen, is that you'll get auto-scrambled. Sometimes that can happen when, like, the server switches maps, quote-unquote switches maps, when people vote for the same map again. Team stacking in MVM is well, obviously, like, you want to play with, like, you know, your whole fucking party in MVM, like your whole team of friends. Loads of people do that. There's literally no issue with that whatsoever, because like, if an issue involves the other team not having any fun, that doesn't matter at all in MVM, because they're robots. They don't have feelings. They don't have souls. They don't have rights.
Which is better than nothing, but it ignores the fact that not all parties are equal. The team with the party of average Joes is going to get stomped by the team with the literal comp stack 9 times out of 10. And without team scrambles or the ability to switch teams, if the first round was a one-sided stomp, round 2 is almost guaranteed to be the same. Why stay for that? Many people don't. They'd rather re-queue with the hopes of being put into a balanced game, making getting pub stomped a second time even more likely for those that stay. Sure, the matchmaker might find new players to fill those.
Again, just absolutely true. No one wants to stick around. Like, hell, you guys see how I play casual. You guys see that all the fucking time, 4 hours a day, 3 days a week. Oh, 2 days a week, actually. You guys see that shit. That I will see exactly where the game is going within the first, like, 45 seconds, and then I'll just dip. If it looks like it's a roll, I just fucking leave, because there's no point in sticking around. There's no point in sticking around for the first round, so there's certainly no point in sticking around for the second one.
Those empty slots, but those slots will effectively remain empty until each player loads in, preventing auto balance from doing its job and fixing the unbalanced teams immediately like it's supposed to. Then, after getting stomped twice in a row, that's it. Every Valve server goes straight to the map vote as soon as a team wins twice, or after 2 rounds on attack, defend, or payload. Sometimes this ends up taking about as long as with the old 45-minute timer, but other times, especially on King of the Hill and 5CP...
King of the Hill suffers from this so badly. Like, King of the Hill really suffers from the best 2 out of 3 system, I think. Like, again, in competitive, this is totally fine. But in casual, it's just like, it makes it so that King of the Hill rounds just barely last any time at all, and I think that's just such a shame, because I really enjoy playing on King of the Hill. And there's certain maps where I'm just like, I'm having a fucking blast. And I feel like that happens on King of the Hill fairly frequently with maps like Kong King, and I'm just able to, like, go around with my babyface and my loose cannon and shit, and it's like, I want to stick around on there, but it's just like, no, game's over, and then everyone re-queues because that's what everyone does. So it's like, I'm not going to have, like, the odds that I'm going to have fun, that same kind of fun on the same server again, are just like...
A lobby might last for only 10 minutes or less. Alright, no big deal. I'll just wait until the map changes and I can go right back to playing. Wait, why is everyone leaving? Are they done playing for the night? Nope, they're re-queuing to get into a new server, even though they're already in one. Why? Because they, like you and I, just want to play the video game. And to achieve that, it's actually faster to re-queue. If you stay, you need to wait half a minute staring at the scoreboard, then wait as the next map loads in, then wait another 2 minutes because of the pre-round timer. Even if the same map is voted again, the map that's already loaded in, the server still boots everyone out to load.
Genuinely one of the stupidest things about casual is how it just resets the entire fucking server, even if the same map is chosen again. I think that is so dumb. Like, I'm sure it's for, like, legitimate coding reasons or whatever, but it's so fucking stupid.
Load the map in again. Why? Back in the Quickplay era, voting to extend the current map did exactly that. It simply added more time to the 45-minute timer. The phenomenon of players leaving the server upon the map vote only started because Casual's garbage design incentivized players to do so. This was not a thing before Casual.
Okay, it was a thing before casual, right? Because obviously, like, a lot more people are likely to leave a game at the end of it than, you know, like right in the middle of it for whatever reason. But like people just abandoning the entire server would usually only happen towards like, it's the end of the day. We're wrapping things up here, or when everyone's just kind of like, or even when just like enough people leave that's just like, team's not big enough. This isn't as fun anymore. Like, this isn't a new thing because of casual, but it having literally every single time a round ends, yeah, that's a casual thing.
And because lots of players suddenly leave the server at the map vote, that means lots of other players are put into the server after the match has already ended. These are players that had to wait to be put into the server in the first place, wait for the map to load, then wait staring at the scoreboard for a game that they didn't play, then wait to load the next map, then wait for the 2-minute pre-rounds timer to finally play in a match that may not even be populated enough to be playable by that point.
That happens all the time
Honestly
too.
Impressive how effective casual is at wasting your time. Playing casual is like an elaborate game of musical chairs. Everyone constantly re-queuing and waiting in hopes of getting into a fun, balanced server, which, if you're lucky enough to find, you get to enjoy for maybe 30 minutes tops before everyone leaves at the map vote and you have to start the cycle all over again.
That's such an annoyance for me, man. It's just like how even if I do find a really nice server, I'm on a ticking clock for actually being able to enjoy it. Whereas, like, before, again, the match goes on for so long that I'm able to enjoy it for basically as long as I want to. Or at least until it goes on for such a long point that it's just like, eventually, like, people just get cycled out, and then, and then it changes. Did I ever finish watching the Solar Light video on the Islander? I did not. I still didn't finish watching it.
Seriously, the next time you play casual, take note.
I think it's possible that while the problems were there, they were exaggerated by casual. That's why so many complain about casual. Yeah, that's like a thing. It's like some of these, some of these were issues with the old quick play system, but it's like old Valve servers were just kind of better. Like maybe quick play wasn't a better, you know, matchmaking system. I'm totally on board with potentially agreeing with that. I didn't even really use quick play back when it was around. I just like joined servers directly through the server browser, which you can't do with Valve servers anymore, which sucks. But that was what I did.
Of just how much of your time is being wasted. Take note of how often one team is at a major disadvantage because players that haven't loaded in yet are hogging up slots. Take note of how many matches are unfun, one-sided stomps. Take note of how often you need to queue and re-queue and load maps and stare at scoreboards. And my god, I haven't even gotten to the...
Inhaling the nostalgia copium a bit hard there. I mean, I really think that the way old Valve servers were was just a better system. I think it worked a lot. I think it encouraged a, I don't know, it was more fun. It was more fun.
It's no secret that casual is infested with both bots and human cheaters. This is because casual is played exclusively on unmoderated Valve servers. Their only line of defense is Vac anti-cheat, which barely works. And when it does work, bot hosters and cheaters can simply make new Steam accounts. But a big
Gonna tell me to extend to 45 minutes with no best effects on bad weapon rehab? I mean, like, it's worth experimenting with, maybe. Potentially. I mean, I just don't really care for the best 2 out of 3 system. Like, again, I just feel like the now you make me look like an idiot to someone who argued for it. What? I'm guessing someone was arguing for it in the fucking Discord server. I mean, like, I'm just saying, everyone here sees the way that I play casual. I don't think that's very, like, I don't think it's conducive of a good system, you know what I mean? Where it's just like, oh, game's a roll, gotta just re-queue again. Like, I think it's the system works better on community servers, I guess, because like obviously they have things like vote scramble, which casual just fucking doesn't, which is stupid. I don't know, man. I really preferred the old 45-minute system.
big part of why cheaters can effortlessly ruin casual is that every single change made to Valve servers back in 2016 was beneficial to cheaters. It's no coincidence that the first instances of botted accounts swarming servers were in the days after casual's introduction, long before the source code leak of 2020 that many incorrectly attribute to the start of bots. Bots and cheaters are at their weakest when servers are full of normal players and those players are staying in the server. If one player leaves and a blatant cheater takes their spot, they get kicked instantly. But as I've explained, most casual servers are not like this. Players are constantly leaving because it's in their best interest to do so, meaning servers are constantly at risk of cheaters flooding in. Getting rid of one cheater only takes a few seconds, but 2, 3, or
Still so many cheaters on in the Quickplay days. I don't disagree with that. No, there were plenty of cheaters back then, but like you didn't have this shit with the bots who were just ruining servers single-handedly because there's literally nothing you can do about them. 6 of them will join, and then that's it. Game over. They're unkickable. You have to leave the server. There's nothing else you can do.
4 cheaters all at once? That's gonna take a few minutes. You know what takes less than a few minutes? Re-queuing and hoping to land into a bot-free server, putting the server you're leaving at an even greater risk of getting overrun by bots. In addition to removing the ability to switch teams, Casual also removed spectating,
Oh,
which
right, I
was a
forgot about
valuable
that.
tool for watching over suspect players and catching cheaters. Then,
Again, you guys have seen me do this shit. Like, I will kill myself over and over and over again just to see if someone on my team is cheating. When I could have just, like, gone into spectate for a few seconds, looked at the guy, and then gone right back over to my team before. It was so... God. Bro, use menu open. I don't even know what that is.
there's cheater parties. I don't know how Valve thought this was
Wait, still... So that's a bug! You gotta use a bug! You have to use a bug to do something that was just like a function the game used to have.
Was a good idea, but anyone can be 100% immune from being kicked by queuing with a full
Hypothetically, we don't know if bots couldn't also do the same thing in Quickplay. I mean, because Quickplay was just like one player queuing at a time, that means that like just by the sheer law of averages, I feel like multiple bots getting into the same server all at once, I feel like that would be just a lot harder. Especially if they are all queuing for like every single possible map and not like just the most popular ones. Like if all bots only queued for, I don't know, 2 for, then yeah, the odds of them all getting into the same server are a lot higher. Assuming they're all connecting from the same region at least. But like because they can queue in parties, it's so fucking easy now.
party of 6 friends, assuming your friends don't vote to kick you. Vote kicks need at least 60% yes votes to go through, so they'll always fail against a party member because half of the team is the party. Not only do casuals' flaws make cheaters more powerful, but cheaters also make casuals' flaws even more aggravating. Every time you go to queue, you have to not only hope for a game that's relatively balanced, and not only hope that you aren't being put into a game right before the map changes and the server dies, but you also have to hope you don't land in a cheater-infested server. And even if you're lucky and get placed into a full cheater-free match, you're on a ticking timer, as all it takes is a few players rage quitting or people re-queuing at the map vote for cheaters to flood in and drive all the normal players out, putting you right back at square one. Casual, in its current state, is an awful fit for TF2. But it doesn't have to stay that way. If there were, say, some hypothetical movement to repair TF2, then fixing casual is something that we as a community should be discussing and demanding from Valve in addition to the bot problem. But what exactly should we push for? Here are my proposed changes to casual. Slash the 150-second pre-round timer down to 30 seconds. Only reserve slots for players if they're in a party. Solo queuers pick their team upon loading in.
Like those are pretty reasonable changes, I think. Like again, I'm sure there is some coding kerjiggery going on behind the scenes with just how the matchmaking system works, but honestly, just being able to pick your own team again it was such a nice thing to be able to do, because there have been so many times where it's just like, you know what? I want to switch over to the other team. I would like to be able to switch over to the other team in order to like just help them out. Just help them out because they could use it and I'm not having any fun being like the guy in the middle to low end of the scoreboard on what seems like a role, and other people could do that too. Like, I could just see which team needs people and just go on that one. And also, you know, spectate players.
Get rid of the best 2 out of 3 system and revert it back to the old 45-minute map timer. Bring back auto team scrambles in some capacity. Note on that last one, I'm not suggesting we let people call for a vote to scramble the teams whenever, since that was incredibly exploitable. I'm only talking about the automatic team scramble that the server forced whenever one team won too many times.
That is fair. I feel like community servers generally don't have too much of a problem with people just like calling like constant vote scramble. Like Uncle Topia has that problem sometimes, and I've just seen a few instances where people call a vote and I have no fucking idea why, and then that just completely ruins the entire game. Like, I feel like most people are sensible enough to call a vote when it matters, but a cooldown for scramble implemented. Okay. So that's good. That's good.
Or it could be a new system that, for example, automatically calls a vote for a scramble when one team wins too much and there's a major difference in points between the teams. Anyways, Let players freely
That sort of thing I think would be kind of difficult to calculate. Like, oh, what is too much of a difference between like points between teams? You know what I mean? Like that sort of thing is really difficult to calculate. I think that just 45-minute timer plus auto scramble after 3 wins, that's more than enough.
Vendover donated $1. Hey Fish, we haven't got a peek at the horror in a while.
Want to tape the horror? Hold up, I think I need to move it up a few. I gotta move it above the window capture. There you go. Funny! Funny! There you go.
switch teams and spectate again. If the same
Oh yeah, that's true. Like things like backstabs, like a spy who's doing just like generally well, that would totally fuck that up. That would totally fuck up this entire system. Just like a sniper or spy doing decently well because like, and they just get a lot of points out of that. Or hell, even a heavy just capping the cart. Like that kind of throws this whole little system out of whack where it's like, judging it by points alone isn't really enough, even though like that's pretty much how I judge it when I'm joining a server and I see it's like, oh, the top guy on the other team has 60 points and then the top guy on my team has 12. Goodbye. But I feel just like quantifying that in like actual code and into the actual system, I feel like that's not really going to work.
map is voted again, don't boot everyone out. Just scramble the teams, reset the map timer, and go right back to playing. I might be proven wrong in the comments, but I really can't imagine many people objecting to these changes. There'd be more freedom, more balanced games, and more reasons for people to stay in a server and keep it populated. Beyond
Again, I feel like those are a list of fairly reasonable changes. Like it's not just like gut casual altogether and bring back everything about Quickplay because like again, I know that Quickplay had lots of problems, especially in regards to just like just getting matched into community servers and being like Slenderman and ponies are here and shit. It's just like that's not what I wanted. I never asked for this.
what I've just listed out, I've got another potential change that I'm very on the fence about. Not automatically putting parties on the same team anymore. On one hand,
Okay, that is something that TF2 has been claiming will be an option in casual since like Blue Moon came out, I want to say. Because like, hold on, what does it say on the fucking like queuing part, matchmaking settings? Here we go. Yeah, there's a check for keep party members on the same team. And it's like grayed out and it says coming soon. It said coming soon since 2018. It's not coming soon. It's not. I'm sorry.
this would probably lead to more balanced games, and definitely help against cheater parties.
That wouldn't help against the bots at all. Well, choosing to wouldn't help against the bots. But, like, if it did that automatically, then I think that wouldn't be, like, the bots wouldn't be nearly as big of an issue. Like, if it is just, like, splitting up a party of 6 bots into, like, 3 on one team, 3 on another, instantly way fucking easier to, like, kick all of those than it would be to, you know, kick a party of 6, which, as it stands, is literally fucking impossible. I will take easier, but still a pain in the ass, over literally impossible. Reduce the margin required to kick a player based on how many party members that player has. That could also be exploitable. the really hard fucking thing is finding a system that is really good at dealing with the bots that won't just like catch normal players in the crossfires. Because there will be people who will be like partying up with their friends, right? And they're just like, having a good old time. Maybe they're not even like all that good and like damaging the server all that much, but people will still see that they're partying up and be like, get the hell out of here with your clan tag. Get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean?
But on the other hand, I know a lot of people would be upset by this. I don't know, I'm just gonna add this to the list as a maybe. Some of you might also be wondering why I haven't brought up ad hoc connections. Before casual, all Valve servers showed up on the server browser and could be joined from there. It was great. But I don't know if it'd be possible for this to return without screwing up casual's matchmaking, since it was never designed to account for ad hoc connections. This can be another maybe. Like, it'd be cool if the server browser had a separate tab for Valve servers. I just don't know enough about programming to say whether this is even possible without completely reworking casual.
I also have no idea how that would work with the bots. I always loved connecting to Valve servers from the browser. I always really enjoyed doing that. That was just like the main way that I ended up playing, because it's just like, oh, it's a Valve server, it's gonna be vanilla, it's gonna have all that good shit, and like, players roughly around my skill level. That was how I played back when like it was an option. But I'm really not sure how that would work now, especially like considering the bots. Like, could you just have the bots go through a list and be like, that server, and then start flooding it with people? Because at that point, even the 6-player party limit can't help you. But at that, again, they'd be flooding into mostly empty servers at that point.
But that's where you all come in. What do you think needs to be changed about casual? Obviously, fixing the cheater problem is top priority. But that's also something we're all in agreement about. Maybe I'm just a boomer, and most players today think casual is perfect as is. I honestly don't know. Whatever your opinion is, let me know in the comments. As always, thanks for watching.
Quick play style cube with a box tick that limits you to official Valve servers. See, the thing is, I actually like the casual queue system. I like that you could just like select the maps that you want to play on and the game modes that you want to play on and be like, I'm good to go. That's the stuff I like. Get me into something like that. And yeah, like there is something that there was something that allowed you to do that with quick play. I do remember that. Agree with that boomer take, but not because I think casual is perfect, because I disagree with many points here. I really don't disagree with all that much he said. I feel like some things could have been clarified a bit better, and some things were, like, a couple things were a little iffy, but honestly, for the most part, I pretty much agree with this video. Okay, let's see the Squim video. I could have sworn this guy talked about, like, some of the shit that was in Quick Play, like, just the garbage that you would get into sometimes. But okay, Squim Jim? Quick play. Yeah, the matchmaking myth.
Hey, you guys ever hear of this thing called Quickplay? From the good old days? Yeah, Quickplay, man, that's what we need back. But, why? Why is this a talking point? Why does this specific discourse just keep coming back? Was matchmaking genuinely the wrong move? Are people right to want Quickplay back? Or maybe it's that these people are wearing the promotional eyewear from the hit game series Tomb Raider because those are some rose-colored glasses. And a lot of the people saying this stuff
they're more
probably
red.
didn't even play the game when Quickplay was a thing. And the people whose opinions they're regurgitating probably aren't remembering things as they actually were. So I'm here to give you the proper opinion to the facts. Alright, you know the story. It was in 2016 that TF2's main server finding process was overhauled with a more modern matchmaking system. This was not good. Even if you only started playing TF2 after Meet Your Match, or just happened to miss it at the time, you're more than likely aware of how rough the launch of TF2's casual mode was.
Yeah.
Every time I look back at the initial release of casual, I am shocked by how bad it actually was. This has been talked about to death, so I won't go over it for too long, but here's just a quick list. You could not pick individual maps and had to queue for whole game modes. and
Oh,
you need
God.
to queue for a minimum of 2 entire game modes in order to just start a search, making the likelihood of finding the map you wanted pretty slim. There was a search cooldown penalty just for leaving a casual match. On the first day, matches took an excessively long time to find.
Mm-hmm.
You could not kick players from these games, as I'm sure you could imagine would be quite the problem if that was still the case. Matches could not even start with less than 24 players. I don't even remember that one, but that sounds incredibly annoying. And there was no auto balance.
Oh, God,
at
I
all,
think I
though
remember
some people
that.
might consider that a good thing. And I could keep going, but the worst part was that none of the problems with matchmaking's initial release were conveyed to the community prior to it being released. If they said, hey, we got this new system and it's going to take some time to iron out the bugs and add more features, then the community would probably have been a lot more receptive to that. I mean, yeah, they should have done all that before actually releasing it, but either way, I'm sure the response would have been a lot more forgiving if you
It really is just remarkable how they fucking dropped the matchmaking system onto us like a sack of fucking bricks. Like, damn. The fucking competitive was in beta for a decently long time, from my understanding, before Meet Your Match dropped, and somehow, like, first of all, none of the issues in the beta were fixed. I can attest to that much. I still got like 15 fucking beta tickets in my inventory. And then a lot of those just existing issues are just ported right over to casual. Like, you would think that if they're basically just going to adopt a very similar system. Fuck, dude. Oh my god.
actually kept people in the loop. And to their credit, they did make blog posts and update us along the way, and the worst of the problems were dealt with fairly quickly. Matchmaking upended a perfectly functional quick-play system and replaced it with something that was unfinished and poorly presented. And that was a good reason to be annoyed, at the time, but that time was quite a while ago. Most of the major issues that casual started with have been dealt with.
That medic's
Now,
teleporting.
there are differences between casual Valve servers and quick-play Valve servers, but that's not really what people talk about when it comes to missing quick-play. They often claim they miss the community servers. Matchmaking can only bring you to official servers. And there's a big reason why people are looking to alternatives to casual, you know what I'm talking about. And when people talk about this, it inevitably ends up with people longing for the good old days when Quickplay would bring them to a welcoming community server where they'd become a regular and become friends with all the other regulars and form
Hasanabi
a...
donated $1. Fish, you're stealing my formate. I'm going to sue you and you're going to be my slave for my family's cotton plantation.
Of course Hassan would only donate $1. Actually, that's way more than Hassan would ever donate to anything. There are no ethical streamer donations under capitalism, unless they're to me. Oh yeah, I'm rocking return YouTube dislike. That's a higher rate than I was expecting, honestly. I am hoping he will talk about, like, quick play Valve servers, because that is the main thing that I'm interested in. Like, I know the issues with quick play community servers, right? Like, if you're just trying to play the fucking game, like, just play regular ass TF2, and you get booted into some weird ass community server that's filled with just training bots, or just anything that you saw in that one Star video, where he's just like, look, I play on Valve servers because they work. The game works. I know what I'm getting into. There's no zombies or some shit. I'm playing Team Fortress 2. Like, I know about all that shit.
what's the word for it? A community. Ah, there you go. And according to some of these quick play crusaders, trademarked, matchmaking is what killed the community server. Instead of being grouped alongside Valve servers and Quickplay, matchmaking shoved community servers to the pits of the community server tab and away from the spotlight. And that sounds like a good reason to prefer Quickplay over casual, except that's not really what happened. At least not entirely. But maybe I'm actually getting a little too ahead of myself. Way back in the day, when I first started playing, there was no assisted way of finding a server. You wanted to play the game, then you opened up this menu and you had to find one.
Yep.
It was on you. Kids these days don't know. And I could be wrong, but I am relatively sure that there were no official Valve servers at this time. I started playing in 2010, and I don't remember 100% of the details from then, but
No, this lines up with what was said in the other video. It's just like back when TF2 first launched, there were no official Valve servers, and those were added later.
I am fairly positive that it was all community servers. In the same way that if you open up TFC right now and you take a look, all the servers you find will be community-run ones.
Where's Banana
All these
Land?
servers were moderated and upkept by members of the community. In fact, the official voting system for TF2 was not introduced until the Hatless update in April 2011, a few months before the Uber update. And it was the Uber update itself from the summer of that year that was kind of like a soft relaunch for the game. The website was overhauled, the main menu was overhauled, and you can now also find servers with this neat little menu. And here's where, again I'm fairly sure, we finally got Valve servers. It's actually pretty hard to find information on this, but
That does add up, since the Uber update was the first update where it was just like, okay, the game is now free to play. So I imagine that Valve was anticipating a huge influx of new players, and they're just like, all right, now we can have our own dedicated servers for the game. So that adds up a lot.
I know at this point is when there were definitively Valve servers. And these servers would be like all payload, all king of the hill, all attack defend, you get the idea. You could still search for servers the old-fashioned way, but now if you wanted to play, let's say, attack defend, all you had to do was click a button and the game would find one for you, whether they would be community ones or Valve ones. And early on, Valve servers got this reputation as being noob servers. The game was now free to play, and newer players were less likely to use the old server finding menu, and oftentimes just ended up in Valve servers.
That is also
But if
true.
you were a good player or a veteran, then you would go find a community server with all the cool kids and the good players. And all this was actually pre-Quickplay, or as it was originally known, Quickplay. Quickplay technically didn't come around until 2012 in the lead up to Man vs. Machine, when they finally let you basically queue with a party and all get into a server at the same time. But Valve and community servers would live in harmony until maybe around 2013 or so, when community servers started to, really suck. I mean, the quality of these servers just fell off a cliff. More likely it was a gradual decline, but it still felt really fast. These servers had tons of excessive plugins.
Yep.
They were pay to win with additional benefits being giving the server money. There were lots of bots, not the cheater bots we're thinking of now, but a server would claim it wasn't using the regular TF2 bots until you joined, and then it would be instantly filled up with TF2 bots.
Yep, they tagged their servers as no bots. And then you join and it's a bunch of training bots. Good times, good times.
And you'd be playing with bots. And worst of all, there were ads everywhere in the game. Servers would force you to watch an unskippable ad before you could actually start playing.
Oh boy.
You mentioned Pinion Pot of Gold to anybody who played TF2 around like 2013, and they're going to start having PTSD flashbacks. These were so bad and so invasive, I remember an ad popping up when I was already playing the game, and it forced me to stop moving, and it got me killed. And I guess these ads were there to allow people who
Same thing has happened to me.
servers to create ones, but if you need to put ads that disrupt the gameplay on a server in order to run that server, I don't think you should have a server. Sorry. And these ads were loud and annoying.
Oh,
and
yeah.
awful. It was terrible. Now let me tell you about this video's sponsor. There is no sponsor, it was just a joke.
Aw.
But yeah, there's actually an old Star video that perfectly encapsulates
Hey.
the experience of what community servers were like at the time. I mean, look, if you wanted to find a 24/7 Two Forts or High Tower, then yeah, you could find that pretty easily.
Which
But
is the same as it
community
is
servers
these
with
days.
No gimmicks, no ads, no text in your face, no plugins, with good map rotation, were extremely few and far between.
Didn't
But
exist.
people don't like to talk about that part. No joke, I remember playing on the Furry Pound servers a few times because they were one of the only vanilla community servers with a decent map rotation.
True.
Plus, I met a guy there who had one of the original golden wrenches, which is cool.
Ooh.
And on January 23rd, 2014, they added the option to Quickplay to only match with official Valve servers.
Yep.
Was this unfair and limiting traffic to the actual good community servers? Yeah, kinda, but you know what? They had to do it. Community servers were getting out of control and weren't reliable. And unsurprisingly, by this point, Valve servers became the go-to. If you just wanted to play the game and not wait for a spot on one of the few decent community servers, then you could just hop into a Valve server at any time with no problems. It was fast, it was easy, it was kinda like matchmaking, sorta. And that's the thing. People like to reminisce about this pre-matchmaking era where people formed groups and made friends in community servers and things were a lot more tight-knit. And maybe that was the case before the Uber update, when community servers were all you had, But prior to Meet Your Match, that wasn't really the case.
There were still a few of those around. I remember being on one of those servers, but like, hey, that's just my personal experience talking there. Um, Me and my friend would just like go on this one server where they, in particular, they really liked this one map called Roof Time, I believe, and it was really like that. That was just like that was the server's that was like our bread and butter, and it was just all the time. And there was like this really cracked as fuck sniper named like Pork Bun, who was great to have on your team and sucked to play against. And yeah, good times, good times. And this was post Uber update. I started playing back when the game went free to play.
By the time Quickplay was a thing, community servers were already on the decline. And hey, if you're really old school and want to say things were better when it was only community servers and that's it, then that's fair enough. That's definitely a thing of a different era. Not bad, just different. And these days, people are probably a lot more likely to form communities on things like Discord.
Ah,
But
Convoy,
I also
yeah.
don't think you can really have
Balloon
an
race.
up-to-date online multiplayer game nowadays that doesn't have official servers. And yeah, Meet Your Match and matchmaking were an attempt to modernize TF2's server finding process. It is also the update that added the official competitive mode, but that's kinda secondary. I mean, if you think matchmaking is bad because there's also a competitive mode, or blame competitive for the decline of community servers, then that's stupid.
Yeah.
And matchmaking was honestly a long time coming. As soon as they made the Valve-only option for Quickplay, the writing was pretty much on the wall. By the time Meet Your Match came around, community servers had been pushed to the side for over 2 years. And there's no reason to believe that the current bots wouldn't be abusing official servers through Quickplay in the same way that they're doing it through matchmaking.
Again, the other video just did make a pretty good point that just the current casual system does end up making the bot's job a bit easier, especially with the whole partying thing. But like, I don't disagree that people would find ways to like, you know, send bots into servers through the old Quickplay system. I'm not even saying that the old Quickplay system was like amazing or, you know, good, because again, like a lot of the community server crap and only being able to queue for game modes rather than maps. I just preferred the way the servers worked with the whole 45 minutes, 3 wins equals auto scramble, that sort of thing. Also being able to switch teams and spectate.
I'm sure things would be roughly the same. But you know, community servers have gotten better. They don't have ads on them anymore, at least. So Quickplay, specifically for community servers only, would be a good thing, I think. But even now, most community servers aren't going to be vanilla TF2. I mean, yeah, I could find a trade Minecraft server pretty easily, but if I want to play Fastlane for some reason, there's not a single one.
Oh my
If
god.
I want to find it through matchmaking, all I have to do is select it and wait. And look, you could criticize games for holding your hand too much or whatever, but do you really think some 15-year-old who's playing TF2 for the first time is going to look through all these servers and this antiquated menu? Probably not. People are going to take the path of least resistance. They're going to queue up for casual because it's fast and easy, and
George
it's
W.
3
Bush
mouse clicks.
donated $1. Sir, a second Verbalace self-ship AMV commission has been made.
What?
Since we're already doing fish reacts, can you watch the rest of that solar video because you've put it off for so long?
I could do that? It's kind of a long video, though. Also, we're already at almost 4 hours. God damn. I didn't even realize. Like, we'd be here for a while. I want to say I got halfway through the video. It's like maybe an hour and a half long. Jesus Christ. First casual game ever was on a 5 CP well server. I went 2-23. That game was Scout. My first ever casual game was on, let's see. It was, oh god, what was the fucking map? Cold Front. CP Cold Front. I was a medic because I saw that our team didn't have one. And I went through the training. I did the training. I played on fucking... I played practice rounds with bots. But you know what I didn't play? I didn't play practice rounds with bots as a medic. So... I didn't know which gun did the healing. Because I was under the impression, right, that like, oh, syringe gun. Maybe if I shoot with syringe, the syringe will heal. It shoots little healing projectile. Like, this is the first thing I'm holding. Surely, as a medic, this will be the thing that heals my teammates. I'm just like, oh, it's not really. The aiming's kind of wonky on it, so maybe I'm just like not hitting them right. And then all of my other teammates are just like, what the fuck is this retard doing? Ah, good times, good times. They did not like me. Well, how do you feel about it now, motherfuckers? I'm getting paid to play this game.
It doesn't matter if you don't like that, that's just how it is. And it is objectively a good thing to make things more accessible for new players. And matchmaking did make things convenient. In a lot of ways, it was just an extension of where Quickplay was going by 2016.
It eventually made things more convenient. We should say. More convenient in some ways, less convenient in others.
There are differences, like there's no more ad hoc connections. You can't just find a Valve server in a list and connect to it. You'll always have to let the game find it for you. You can't switch teams whenever you want, and casual does go based on a best of 3, where old games would pretty much keep running the same map repeatedly until the server ran out of time.
Again, like, that's pretty much just stuff that was covered by the last video that I agree with completely. That, like, yeah, it's I guess he's not really taking a stance on it there, right? Like, he's not saying, oh, this was better because such and such. He's just saying it is different now.
Oh, and also they kind of had the auto balance thing figured out since 2008, where you couldn't be auto balanced if the game was about to end. And that one I don't understand. Why is it possible to be auto balanced at the end?
Wait, what the fuck? They got rid of that? Did they get rid of that? Did they actually fucking get rid of that? They had that shit in 2008 and they got rid of that? Oh, first casual game I remember. I was on Frontier last defending, played heavy and held down M1 at the car from the balcony until we lost. I feel like a lot of us might remember our first TF2 match, you know, our first real match. I feel like that's one of those things that you just remember, you know? I remember mine, Spy of Chungus and Beans remember theirs.
End of the game in casual. When they brought auto balance back to casual, I don't know how they messed that up. But whatever. Casual, on the other hand, has a much better and more customizable automated map finding process.
I agree with
You can
that.
have it queued up in the background, and I think the level system is neat. If you want some...
I agree with, like, the positive aspects of casual existing, and I wouldn't want to see those go away. Again, I just prefer the old server system. Like, so much. Especially for those games that end up being roles, and especially for game modes like Koth.
Some of the older pre-matchmaking features back, just say you want them added to official servers. To revert matchmaking back to Quickplay is extremely reductive. I mean, I was there, man. I was there when we first got Valve servers, and when we first got Quickplay, and when we first got matchmaking. And there's no reason to just straight up go back. But people who want old features back aren't really what I'm talking about. I'm talking about these types.
Ah, yeah, seen that a lot. I've seen this image circulating around for a while.
You know the ones. The ones that complain about matchmaking funneling every type of player into the same match, where they'll claim that old Quickplay with its community servers would let people find the perfect server for their playstyle.
Yeah, this doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, because it's just like all the different people who want to, you know, play the game in a different way. They still got matched into basically completely random servers. That doesn't really, like, matchmaking doesn't really fix that necessarily, unless you just like, unless you are talking about the people who just like go through every single community server individually and be like, oh, that's the one I want. Like, Quickplay didn't really fix that.
And maybe community servers were like that back in, I don't know, 2009, but that was 3 years before Quickplay. I have to drive home the fact that by the time matchmaking was added, most community servers weren't like that anymore. I'm not saying there weren't good servers, because of course there were, but most of them really didn't hold up to the standards that most people have when they want to play a game. And because of the current problems with Valve servers, it is a nice thought for community ones to regain some of the spotlight. And I do think that's a worthwhile effort. But this idea that things wouldn't be so bad if they got rid of matchmaking and brought back Quickplay is a bizarre talking point. Matchmaking didn't kill community servers. If anything, the January 23rd, 2014 Quickplay update did. But in reality,
A genuine argument can be made that, like, community servers killed community servers. You know what I mean? But there's certain issues with things like wanting matchmaking to cater to your particular experience, where it's just like, okay, you know, we can add checks for basically every single kind of like everything you'd want to see. Like, do you want to play on this map with this ping with these settings, like no random crits, no bullet spread, this, and that? It's just like, you're never gonna find that. That would be arguably the perfect game for you, but you're never gonna fucking find that. And so you do have to compromise a lot. Like, the old community servers being the way they were, that didn't help the compromise. That just made you have to compromise more.
in reality, it was the extremely poor quality of community servers at the time that really did them in. And even now, there are still a lot of factors keeping people out of community servers.
Literally what I just said.
People just want to play vanilla TF2, but most of the time, community servers have gimmicks. I mean, right now, if you try to find a vanilla server with good map rotation, it's not that easy. I mean, look, not a single one of these is a regular, normal vanilla TF2 server. It is fine that they have gimmicks. I think it's good.
I say, like, yeah, that's true. A lot of them do have gimmicks. It's like, wait a minute. Wait a minute, I'm part of the problem. Oh no. Oh no. This is why Uncle Dane gets all the goddamn money. This is why he gets all the damn Patreon money. Bastards. I feel like I wouldn't mind running, total rehab saturation. I mean, it is basically just like, it's still TF2. A few weapons are just different. Like, that's comparatively speaking to like times 10 or fucking 100 players or all that bullshit. Like, rehab is downright tame. Okay, a few weapons are majorly different, and a lot of weapons have like minor tweaks and quality of life changes. That's a lot wordier. That's a lot more wordy for saying the same thing. Is no random crits in class limits not a gimmick in its own right? Nah, I don't think so. That is just trying to like take the vanilla core of TF2 and make it into a more balanced experience. Like, if you want to say that the core of TF2 is being imbalanced, then I would have to ask where the fuck you draw the line on that, because I guarantee there is going to be something that someone who says that kind of shit will completely disagree with. It's just like, oh, the core of TF2 is meant to be not balanced and not supposed to be taken seriously. It's like, oh, so you must really not care about snipers' balance then, right? And they're just like, I didn't say that, I didn't say that, I didn't say that, I didn't say that. Find where the line on the sand is drawn.
Good to have different options and mods and whatever for community servers, but that does mean the vast majority of people will always default to Valve servers, for the exact same reasons they have since 2014, or even 2011. Ultimately, most people just want to play regular TF2, and the community servers as they are right now aren't fully capable of meeting that demand.
It is just the eternal obvious solution of most people play TF2 in order to play TF2. A lot of people are just like not, they don't really vibe with that. And then they end up voting for shit like Prop Hunt to be officially added through the workshop. You know what I mean? Like people just don't really quite understand that. They don't grasp that. Because like a lot of the people who make those like VScript game modes, like the Prop Hunt shit, or like I don't know, whatever the new one is called, Gun Game, which is a dumb name. They just don't get it that people play TF2 to play TF2. They don't play TF2 to play some other fucking game. You know what I mean? My weapon rehab servers are very different from regular TF2. Yeah, they're better. You fuck. You fuck. You stinky. Was VSH fine? VSH really rides that line, but ultimately it's like I give it a pass because the core is still mostly there. Like 70% there. Like you are still using like movement and you're still shooting your guns and you're still fighting an enemy or multiple enemies depending on which side you're on. Obviously the balance of currently existing official VSH is its own discussion to be had completely. Like that's at least something. It's kind of there, kind of not. But something like Prop Hunt is just like that's not TF2 anymore. You, but like you're not taking advantage of the classes and their unique abilities. You're playing hide and seek. You're playing hide and seek and you're using TF2 as like the engine to do that in, when you can do that in so many other engines. You can do that in fucking Gary's mod or like, I don't know, modded CS or something. Like you could do that fucking anywhere. Basically, you could do that in Roblox probably. You don't need to officially add that to Team Fortress 2 casual servers in order to just like further dilute what it is that makes TF2 just such an enduring game. You don't need to do that.
Which is another reason why the just play community servers argument falls apart pretty fast. So no, going back to Quickplay is not some kind of solution to TF2's bot problem. And anytime someone says it was better because of the community servers, just keep saying Pinion over and over until they finally remember.
Pinion pot of gold. Pinion pot of gold.
And yeah, this was a slightly off-the-cuff video, not one that I was initially going to work on this week. But I kept seeing people talk about Quickplay and community servers, and people looking back for things that just weren't there with Quickplay, and it became annoying. And what better reason to make a video?
I feel like Shonik is actually the one who ended up... You know what? I might have been mixing up the other video with Shonik's. Because I'm pretty sure he mentioned that a potential solution to the bot problem would be to just replace matchmaking with Quickplay. And again, I feel like that would end up fixing a few issues at the very least. Like, I don't think it would stop bots from, you know, doing the things they do where they, like, function and spin around and shoot you in the head. But it would stop them from hunting in packs quite as easily, I think. And I know a lot of code would have to be rewritten to make it so that they function in quick play rather than casual. I'm assuming it would anyway. Honestly, that would probably be like a day of work because you just got to tell them to click on a different fucking button. Maybe multiple different buttons because, like, again, with the old quick play system, you're only queuing for, like, certain game modes rather than just, like, every single map in the game. I don't know. That would do a lot. Like, you'd almost have to have, like, ow, I bit my tongue a little bit there. You'd almost have to have, like, teams of bots. Like, these are the payload bots. These are the CTF bots. These are the 5CP bots. These are the cost bots. I don't know, man. I feel like that would at least put a dent in them. They wouldn't be nearly as annoying. At least as far as the quick play system goes, That's like the only benefit I could see to really returning to quick play system. Again, like you got to think of the compromises of will this fuck over regular players versus will this be a solution to the bots? It's rough. It's rough to fucking it's rough to find that middle ground. Wouldn't have to queue into Quickplay. You'd only have to have the Valve server IPs and do ad hoc connections. That is also true. I feel like that would actually be harder to code and implement though, but maybe I'm crazy. Because like then you'd have to have them go through like every single server and see like which one is the best one to invade, I guess. There's a lot of logic there that isn't just like stack 6 into a party, that server's ruined. Good to go. All done. Being harder doesn't matter. They're going to keep doing it. Oh, I understand that. But like if it's harder, like the harder it is, right? The easier it will be for us to just like get into normal games of TF2. Do I think Valve will respond publicly?
Idea. Limit snipers' turn speed while scoped. Prevents bots from instantly deleting people and encourages committing to a single sightline.
Again, that's one of those things where it's just like you have to consider um you have to consider like people getting fucked over versus bots getting fucked over. Would that fuck over the bots? Absolutely. Would that fuck over people just playing sniper? Fuck yes. Oh my god, people would just not be able to play sniper anymore. All of the years, decades of muscle memory from hitting those flick shots just gone. Doesn't fucking matter anymore. Oh, that would be awful. And I'm pretty sure even then, unless you like had it at a hard cap, the bots would find a way around that. Because it almost sounds like that would just be like, oh, you fucking turn down your mouse DPI while playing sniper, and it's just like, oh, you, oops. When you when you're scoped in, your DPI just goes down, and that's how it works. So if they just crank their DPI up so fucking high that that doesn't matter anymore, then yeah, all that's doing is fucking over normal players. But yeah, like if Valve is going to respond verbally to the fixed TF2 movement, I honestly have no idea. I think the best bet we have is getting a response to the people who will be ending up delivering those signatures to Valve themselves. And I have to wonder just how meaningful that response is going to be. Like, I don't know, man. I'm trying to stay positive. I'm trying to keep it like just like keep the movement going. Don't let up on Valve, but at the same time, it's just like if they ignore us, I really don't know what the hell to do. Best way to solve this is get the hoster sent to jail for distributing CP. Yep. I mean, God, if just one of them got fucking busted, I hope that would send the rest of them scurrying away like cockroaches. I would hope. Honestly, I'm just like surprised that people haven't done some real internet sleuthing to just like try and trace the fucking bot hosters to just find them. I'm really surprised that sort of thing hasn't been done yet. Oh, there's no way that Valve isn't aware of fixed TF2. I think that they're just currently hedging their bets on how to respond to it. They have to really think about it. Like how to respond to it and if they'll respond to it at all. That is my thought process.
Gabe Newell donated $1.
Oh my
Hi,
god.
it's me, your lord and slaver. Our fix for TF2 is to circumcise Sniper. We're sawing his rifle down
No.
and taking his foreskin.
No!
Anyways, please keep supporting Steam so we can send a second gnome to space. True story, look it up.
No. Not the foreskin, no! I need that! I played the original Fallout game, like a little bit. A little bit, not very much. I got up to like Shady Sands and they told me, hey, we got a scorpion problem. I'm like, fuck yeah, I love shooting scorpions. And then the scorpion shot me back. I'm just like, can't do much about that. Thought that several prominent bot hosters are Russian and thus immune to this. For idle bots, that does seem to be the case. That they are primarily Russian. For the hacker bot hosters, that's a lot more up in the air. That's a lot harder to pin down. Like they could be from basically fucking anywhere. Especially because like they can just do a VPN thing like they're thank you for the 99 cents by the way. They could just do like a VPN thing or some shit like that and be like, even though I'm in like I don't know, fucking Scandinavia or Norway or the Netherlands or some shit like that. Even though that's where I'm at, I could just send a bunch of bots over to the US because that's where a lot of people are and just ruin as many games as I possibly can. That is one thing you could do. Like that's just one of the things that they can do, right? And that just makes pinning them down a lot harder. I feel like just it's obviously hard to say this because it's tantamount to doxing, but like if the bot hosters like personal accounts were somehow found and then that was reported to the police for, you know, the crimes they've committed with the doxing and the CP and all that shit, then you'd be good. Not the Reddit kind of internet vigilantism where it's just like I post this potentially innocent person's face all over the internet and say they're doing this, 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 and this and ruin their fucking lives. Don't be Reddit. Don't be a Boston Bomber fucking Redditor. Be normal. Report that shit to the police and be like, hey, I have reason to believe that this person is responsible for this based on this, this, and this. Let the authorities handle it. The Boston bomb. Okay, when the Boston bombings happened, I want to say this is like 2012. I don't remember actually. A bunch of Reddit wannabe fucking detectives got together and were just like, let's find the Boston bomber. And then they saw some random guy that they were just like, that's got to be him. And then they pointed everyone to him, and he was just like, oh my fucking god, what is happening right now? And then everyone was just like, we did it, Reddit. And that's where that comes from. It wasn't him. They got the wrong guy. They got the wrong guy. Like I was doing some digging against one bot hoster in particular, and I thought I found him. I thought I fucking found his ass. But it just was. I really just don't think it was him. Boston, the Boston Marathon bombing. Yeah, 2013. Like there was a big marathon being run through Boston for some kind of charity. I don't remember the exact details, but someone set off a bomb there, killed a few people, and everyone was just in a panic trying to find out who the fuck did it. Some of those people were Redditors, and that never goes well. A few hundred. I don't think a few hundred people died. I'm sure a few hundred people got hurt, but I don't think a few hundred people died. That is a big bomb. You have to understand that is a big fucking bomb. Killing a few hundred people, that's a lot. Yeah, 5 deaths. That seems about right. Couple of hundred of them. Yeah, 281 injured. That sounds right. Yeah. That's about what I would expect. You watch about the interceptors. Okay, don't listen to that fucking moron. The interceptor or the whatever the fuck they're calling themselves now, the whoever is on Reddit or Twitter saying like, "Oh, hey, I got fucking cat hook taken off of GitHub." Complete bullshit. Complete bullshit. Do you understand about killing a few hundred people with an explosion is like planes have a hard time doing that when the people are inside the plane. Like how many people died in Tenerife? Like 540 something. I'm looking that up. First response when you look up Tenerife. Total of 583 fits. I was gonna guess 580. Damn, I said 540 because I was lowballing it. Ah. Gonna watch the solar video? I don't think on this stream. We've already been going for like 4 hours and change, and I got other work to do and other shit to do. Think over 100 people died in the 1955 24 hours of Le Mans, and that was with a car. In fairness, that was with a car that was just like speeding at like, I don't know, 80 something miles an hour, maybe 90, going down a straightaway, and then just like flying into a massive crowd of people. At that point, like, goddamn. There have been plenty of incidents where it's just like at air shows, planes have crashed into the crowds. I say plenty. I want to say like 4 or 5 I can think of off the top of my head. Maybe 3. Long story short, if anyone deserves vigilantism, it's bot hosters, but it's still illegal and a bad idea prone to errors. Exactly. Exactly. I learned my lesson when I tried to find the guy and I thought I had him. I was this fucking close. I was this fucking close to just like reporting his ass. It was just like, I did a bit more digging, cooled my head down a bit, and I was just like, there's no way it's the same guy. It's just a coincidence that like 2 Reddit accounts have names that I think are the same person who are associated with this particular bot hoster. I don't think it's the same guy. Because like I checked like 2 Steam accounts that like I thought were the same guy, and it's just like they both had multiple copies of like the same game. And I was just like bot new. Like there's no way someone would just like buy a brand new game twice on 2 different Steam accounts, and then play like 40 hours on one account and then 15 hours on another. And it's a single player game, so it's not like, oh, this is my fucking like this is my Smurf account for when I cheat or whatever. Like, I don't think it's the same guy. I I gave it my best shot, but just gotta find one of them and hope the rest scatter like cockroaches. Hope that the rest of them just fucking run, because if they get one guy, he's gonna sing like a fucking canary. Think a lawsuit would get Valve to fix their shit? A lawsuit would be a very tricky angle. Because, like, again, you have to get that in a way that kills the bots and doesn't fuck over regular people. You could start perhaps a class action lawsuit under the basis that Valve is offering this product for money and it is not functional due to their lack of maintenance and upkeep. That would be, I think you could get a lawyer to spin that in a good way. However, the easiest possible route for Valve to take, if that action were taken, would be to just close down TF2 and not offer it on the store anymore. Yes, that does kill the bots, but you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. That would be the best angle that you could take, and I really feel like you would just end up killing TF2. Because that is the easiest thing for Valve to do in that situation. Well, yeah, just not host their own servers. Either not host their own servers, like take down the Manco store or whatever. Probably both, honestly, because without the funding from the Manco servers, then they're not going to want to spend the money to host their own servers. So the entire game would basically just be community servers only. They might even delist the game. Who knows? Wouldn't pick that choice even if it's the easiest, as Valve isn't stupid and Valve doesn't kill off their products. I don't know. I mean, hey, they delisted Half-Life Source instead of fixing it. All the problems it has. They just delisted it, swept it under the rug. Who knows? TF2 is a big pillar for the company, but if it ended up being that, like, if it ended up being like a choice between taking class action lawsuit or axe your servers and funding for the game, I feel like they take the second option. Because here's the thing, like, TF2 isn't going to actually die. Like, you'll always be able to play TF2 in some capacity. But you may not be able to do so with all your items or on official Valve servers. That's not a 100% lifetime guarantee. Oh yeah, they did kill CSGO. I forgot about that. You can never play CSGO again. Never, never, loser. Just like Blizzard did with Overwatch. You can never play Overwatch again. But you can play Overwatch 2. Oh, you can? Unless you revert. Oh, I didn't know that actually. Well, you can still never play Overwatch 1 again. Loser. Loser. A peanut jig. Oh, I bumped the microphone. Yes, a peanut jig of your own. Valve isn't running CSGO servers, but you can run CSGO and play it privately. Okay, alright. So that's pretty much the same situation as TF2 then. Or like TF2 in the not too distant future of next Sunday AD. Yeah, I'm not wearing a scarf. It's the middle of summer in San Diego. That's just a beard and also my hair. My hair's very long. Look at that shit. Look at that. Gotta get that shit cut. That's a mane. Yeah, big beard. There we go. That's what it'll look like when it's normal, except my there we go. Now I'm just pondering. I ponder. Now I look almost normal. Take off the beanie so we can see it in its full glory. Yeah. Good lord, man. I don't know where my hairline is going. I hope it comes back soon, though. I'm sweaty, so it's a bit like... It's a bit wet. I do look a bit like Jesus. I'm a bit more Jesus than Andrew WK, but you know, one can hope. I'm knockoff moist critical, right? I always forget that I'm knockoff moist. If I just like straighten my hair, because it's got like these little curly cues at the end there. See that? See that shit? Like if I, oh my god, it's like I got a fucking perm or something. Like what is that shit? That's this Weird Al hair. Look at that shit. It's so curly. I gotta take a hair straightener to this shit. What's up, everybody? This is Critical. The TF2 situation is pretty crazy right now. Make a parody of Critical on the main channel. What's up, everybody? This is Critical. Jeff the Killer situation is pretty crazy right now. Apparently he's killed his parents and his little brother. Pretty cringe, if you ask me. Say brother, ew. Brother, ew. Well, that's about it. See ya. Flashback Infinite. Nah, I'm working on loads of other videos at the moment. I have like my fucking god. My hard drive is almost full because I have just so much shit just backed up. And some of it I won't even be able to get to for a while. Oh, the part where he talks about shit or masturbation. You're right, I'm sorry. You know, Jeff the Killer has eyes that look like someone took a
Time
shit on
Traveler
them.
donated
Personally, I would not
$1.
masturbate to
Hi, I'm
that.
from the future. Fish, your hairline is
Well,
going to
that's
be
about
like
it. See
Chevy
ya.
Chase's hairline post-Fletch.
Yeah, my drives are fucking full. Cause like I got 1 terabyte drive and I keep a lot of games and also my older videos on that. So that way if I ever need a clip from an older video, I could just like take that without having to re-download it off of YouTube, which kills the quality. And just games so that I don't have to put them all on my other hard drives. Um and then my 2 terabyte drive has also a few games, but mostly videos that I have recorded or streamed. And God, like let's just fucking see what we got here. I have 139 gigabytes remaining of free space out of 2 terabytes. So I still have the 1 month of sniper video. I still have 480 gigabytes worth of me playing sniper. I have 108 gigabytes of Schizo MVM. New Vegas as Demo Man is 89 gigabytes. My Jurassic World Evolution 2 Mega Park is 158 gigabytes. All of the videos I need for Rough and Tumble, 260 gigabytes. Dark Souls 2, favorite game of all time, 164 gigabytes. So I could probably delete these 2 videos, but that's only like 12. And then a recent video I've been working on is another 126. How's the rough and vid coming? It's coming. I'm getting there. I'm getting. Oh yeah, and then there's just also all like the streams and stuff I have. Oh yeah, and the Bayonetta fish bites. That's like 8 gigs by itself. Uh, so yeah, I have like 150 gigs of just like streams that I haven't gone through. Some of which are for the guillotine video. 2 of those are
Cryodrake
oh,
donated $5. Here's $5. Hope it helps. Love your videos. Can't wait for the Bioshock Infinite breakdown from you. Also, what's the next bad weapon? And what do you think about a possible JW3 game we heard about? Any theories?
thank you for the $5 dues. I don't know what the next bad weapon is going to be. Um, that could be a lot of things, honestly. Um, I'm really not too sure. I'll have to figure it out. It might be from another game, honestly. Maybe I'll do a Doom Eternal weapon since Doom 3, or not Doom 3, Doom the Dark Ages is coming out reasonably soon. So I might want to hop on that train, hop on the Doom train while it's leaving the station. Might also be a New Vegas weapon. That's kind of why I asked about it in the recent poll. It's just like, hey, anyone's gotten any ideas? I'd love to hear them. Some people were saying like, I know one person gave a very detailed comment, basically saying like, the red glare rocket launcher was not all that great, which honestly I kind of agreed with because I used it in a somewhat recent playthrough and I was just not super impressed by the damage output. Like I was just dumping clips into like high level enemies and it's just like, nope, not really doing a whole lot of damage. So I'll consider doing a new playthrough, like a new explosive playthrough, just kind of rushing the red glare and getting as much use out of it as I can over the course of a playthrough. I also had an idea for October for another New Vegas character playthrough because I did the math and I should be done with the TF2 TF2 characters in New Vegas playthroughs by October. And that gives me the rest of October to do an interesting one. Be very Hopefully you guys will like that one. I certainly hope so. What else? Still working on Avatar Part 3. I got the fucking audio for episode 3 of Avatar recorded. I'm ready to get started on that. I just want to do the guillotine video first. Keep the momentum going. Jurassic World Evolution 3 theories. I don't really have any theories for it, just more hopes that, like, hey, a lot of the shit we've been complaining about for a while now, I'd like to see it fixed. I'd like to see pterosaurs walking and marine creatures having a bit more depth. I want to see fucking more types of food available for marine creatures, because, like, Megalodon swimming around to eat tuna is ridiculous. I'm sorry, that's silly. Mosasaurus swimming around to eat tuna, that's ridiculous. You're being silly right now. I just hope that it is significantly different enough in terms of, like, the engine and how the building mechanics work to be like, okay, this is a significant step up from the last two games, and it's more a step into, like, Planet Zoo or Prehistoric Kingdom territory. It doesn't need to go, like, take the full plunge there, because I actually do kind of like some of the more simplistic stuff. I just don't like the frustrating stuff. And yeah, obviously I want to see more stuff, like more attractions and shit like that. I give me a sky tower. Just give me stuff to make skylines in my parks. Please, God. I want a sky tower so goddamn badly. I don't even care about, like, new dinosaur species all that much, honestly. I feel like they've got, like, a really good roster as it stands that, like, not that many could be added. That would be that would feel like, ooh, this is a worthwhile addition, you know what I mean? I mean, maybe some, like, Torvosaurus could be, like, a decent megalosaur that doesn't look weird with its kind of flared out triangular ass head. Or I don't know, fucking Sinosaurus is, like, a decently realistic Dilophosaurus. Like, I just hope that the fucking JWeets 3 team has, like, the same art people as the people who have made, like, most of the DLC for the second game, because, oh my god, fucking JW2 Utyrannus and Utahraptor are, like, genuinely some of the best depictions I have seen of those dinosaurs in, like, any media. Like, they're fucking gorgeous. Want to add another game to Bad Weapon Academy candidates, I would recommend Deep Rock Galactic, as there is a high amount of bad grenades and overclocks. I will consider it once I actually play the game, because, like, I guess it depends on how grenades are implemented as weapons. If they're, like, little secondary things that are just, like, on a cooldown, it's like, throw them out once. I'm not sure how much I'd want to do, like, a full episode on just one of those. But if it's, like, a big group of them, kind of like what I did with the syringe gun episodes, then I'd be like, okay, so it's like, we'll talk about the bad grenades and just kind of do it all in one go. that would be what I'd consider. Because I feel like there's a lot more room for making the video more like interesting there, I suppose. Grenades could grenades could work for full episode. Okay, I mean if you say so. Again, I'll have to actually play the game to understand just where that's coming from. To get a peanut to jig of my own, yes. What else am I working on? Oh yeah, I wrote another Minecraft script. This will probably be the first Minecraft video that I release in what may end up being a series of videos just critiquing various aspects of Minecraft game design. I'll have to rewrite at least part of the one on combat because a big section of that video was talking about like adding new kinds of weapons, and they added a new kind of weapon. They added the mace and then they immediately fucking nerfed it. If I lean backside like a PS1 Hagrid. Harry. Harry Potter.
If you wanted to add
I'm
another
a
games to
chameleon.
VWA candidates, I would recommend Deep Rock Galactic, as there is a high amount of bad grenades and overclocks.
But yeah, this particular video is about enchanting in Minecraft and why it sucks and why it has always sucked. Why does it suck? Lots of reasons. Too much RNG? That is one of the reasons. The other reason is that in order to avoid RNG, you gotta jump through hoops like you're a fucking dolphin at SeaWorld. Start with nades as overclocks are an entire ordeal to get. Got it. I'll still have to actually play the game. Fun fact, there actually is no more RNG in Minecraft. Like what you're saying that fucking what enchanting is the only RNG? Cause I mean there's some stuff that's obviously gotta be RNG, like I mean world generation, obviously. That's somewhat random. Like one of the things that really bugs the shit out of me with enchanting is that like if you break it down to what it's actually doing, it's just a gear upgrade. It's just basic gear upgrades. And yet you need to do so fucking much in order to just like get a basic gear upgrade. Like compare that to literally any other game where you just want to upgrade something. It's such a pain in the ass. Hell, compared to fucking MVM, the game starts you off with a couple upgrades and then you just have to play the game in order to get more. And you get to choose the upgrades that you want. And they tell you what they do. Which is worse, durability, hunger, or enchanting? Durability is only an issue because of the shitty enchanting system. If you could just like repair items on an anvil over and over and over again without having to worry about it like going up to too high of a level or some shit, then there would be no issues with durability whatsoever. Hunger... Hunger is an okay mechanic for like 2 seconds depending on the world you're in. Hunger could be a lot better. I have lots of thoughts about Hunger. I have my thoughts about Hunger in a much longer script, but honestly, I might just end up splitting that into multiple different sections or multiple different scripts because there's just like there's a lot to cover. Yeah, I don't like mending, but I hate the anvil repair system more. That's pretty much what everyone thinks. Like, everyone would be fine with totally saving like a super rare mending book for like their really high level gear that they also worked really hard to get, like their netherite stuff. People would be totally fine with saving it for that if they could just fucking actually repair their stuff without having to worry about like, oh, I can never add anything to this or repair it again afterwards. If anvils were just better, people wouldn't need to fucking worry about durability or mending or any of that shit. Imagine if Minecraft updating required you to just go to enchantment table, put crafting materials in, and then get an enchantment based on what you put in. Spider Eyes for Bane of Arthropod. Oh my fucking god. That is amazing. Dude, that sounds fucking awesome. That is such a good fucking compromise for just like, hey, you get the thing you want without having to like scroll through a menu or some shit. And it makes it seem like actual magic or something. Holy shit, that sounds awesome. Tinker's Construct, does that do that? Okay, so there's mods that already do this shit, because of course there are. But like that just goes to show that like so many of these modders are just like, fuck, dude, enchanting sucks. We gotta fix it somehow. That's my problem apparently, is I just don't play enough modded Minecraft. Cause I'm some kind of idiot who just like wants the actual base game to be fucking good. I'm some kind of moron like that. Just, hey, idiot! Fuck you! Fuck you! For wanting to get like the enchantment that you actually want. Damn. Well, good thing I didn't finish my entire fucking enchanting. I didn't finish recording the entire enchanting script yet. I might want to add that into it. Uh, well, we've got stuff done, I think. Almost went an hour over time just talking about random garbage. Yes. I'm tired and I got shit to do. I gotta like start. Well, first of all, I have to go through the fucking footage we just got today for the cleaver. The one capture the flag cleaver clip we got, which I guess I'll have to do as a as a last clip for the for that video. And then all the pistol clips. That's only like the first 2 hours of the stream, I want to say. And then I could like save the group clips for when I start working on that video. Get some cleaver footage. The cleaver footage I specifically need is getting crit cleavers from crits on cap in CTF. If you can make like a fucking montage worth of clips out of that, be very appreciative. Because I think I have basically everything else I need. Yes, that is very specific. You're absolutely 100% right about that. It's specific enough that I only managed to get one clip of it today. But you know, that's how it is. That's how it be. I'm gonna turn my face off. And also I'm gonna turn the stream off. Okay. That's it for this stream. That went on way longer than I anticipated. But that's what happens when I watch YouTube videos on stream. I feel like I ended up agreeing with both videos that I watched. Like, basically completely. I ended up agreeing with the one that, like, casual was flawed and also that Quickplay was heavily flawed. And, basically all for the reasons that I ended up thinking I would. So, I'm gonna go. I greatly appreciate everyone for coming in and hanging out with me with your good friend, the Fierce on the state. So, I'm gonna go. I gotta go fucking buy things and go.